Section 32 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 32. Do Let Us Go Away, a Play. Theodore. I don't think it's my fault. I don't think I could do it so unconsciously. I think she brings it in every morning. Nicholas. I used to be hurried. Now I imagine I will not be. Theodore. It is not necessary to dance or sing. Let us sing that song. Let us call them their names, Nicholas. Theodore, we will. We are dishonored. We visit one another and say goodbye. Nicholas. I do not like to be teased. It is so easy to kill mosquitoes, but what is the use when we are discouraged by the war? We are the Japanese. We will never mention them. Theodore. My principal idea is to eat my meals in peace. They withdraw. Several people come in. With one of them there is a dog. His name is Polybe. They speak to each other. $100. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Jane and Nicholas and Theodore and the lawyer and the children. Jane. I speak slowly. I do it intentionally. Henry. We have fragments. We call out sometimes. When two bands are playing, they play in the distance. Some play in people's houses. We say hush. Arthur. Dishonored. Never believe in September. Never believe in September in the sense of visions. Henry. I do know the chorus. Individual cases do not bring the war home to me. I suddenly remember, and I rest in it. I am ashamed. I have patience and earnest feeling. I am liking the new boat. It is still painted white, and is enormously disappointing. Someone has been willing. Oh, I am disgusted. This is not the conversation. Helen. The same. I am a settled character. I have visions of welcoming them. They do behave so well and eat so regularly and very well, too. They grow almonds in their grounds, and I like to eat them green or later. I like to eat them. They are willing. Do not disappoint me. Nicholas. Don't cry. Nicholas. I am looking for a candle. I have it. I am putting it in a Venetian box. Please leave it alone. Don't tease me. I have it. I can place it. Theodore. We are all together. Silence, and the lights are out. Everybody is laughing. They say, leave it alone. We like to hear it. They are very patient. I cannot spare another handkerchief. Anybody can come in. We were surprised to see musicians. There were servants. Albert. Do not repeat it. I tell you I won't have it. I will have a justice of the peace. He did. Jenny is sick. Jenny. I am sick. The lawyer. I went often to see you, and every day I said I love you better. I do love you better. That's it. They were together, and they said, John, are you going? He said something. They were all together. I often think about it. Genevieve was patient. She was angry because the water was another colour. She said, he is very good now. A scene where there are two houses, one on either side, and we are in the middle. There is a great deal of talking in one of them. In the other, they eat a late dinner. Nicholas. Anthony, Henriette, open the other door and tell Mamma. I'll tell Mamma. Mamma, cuckoo. Pirate. What is a pirate? Not a man who kills and pursues boats, but the one who has a family. He is the one who comes home today. He expects to be hated. We don't have that feeling. A scene. They all laugh. Please rent a garden for chickens and a turkey. I wonder if I like dancing. I can mention a subject which is agreeable, so agreeable and exciting, and there are 3 names 2 of them are almost alike. We are there. The scene. Conversation. I asked him, did he like to hear the dog bark? He said he would shoot at him. I said, did he like to hear it? We were ashamed of his servants. They talked together loudly. We hoped he would control them. He wrote it. So did they together. Please have peace. Say the date. Please have the fang term. Please have peace. Please don't fish so near the shore. Please do not be asked to buy it when it is living. It is not disgusting. All of us are not so pleased. Nicholas and Jane. They are old. They have taken the house for the month of September, and we do hope that they will go away. We do hope that they will go away. The proprietor came and took the almonds. We said, do not take the grapes. We will not give you the key. Have we gotten as far as that? Majorcan singing. They are all singing. They sing the song about the chicken. Jenny Chicken does not sing a song about the chicken. She says she does not like them small. I am so bothered. I am angry. I am angry at these sounds. They say, this is Spain, and I say, it is not. Nicholas. I have a governess. She tells me to pray. I am not religious. Servants can speak to each other. 2 of them have long hair. They all wear it down their back. Come in. We are not coming tonight. We hope to see the fireworks. There will also be a procession. Do you believe you will see the procession? We will see the fireworks from here. Paul. Thunder. It will not rain yet. It usually does not at this season. I hope that a war will come. I would like to be interpreter. Antonio. I believe in merrymaking. It has been possible for me to catch fish. I avoided cooking the lunch by leaving 2 young boys in charge. Their names were Clarence and Emmanuel. Clarence. I will see to everything. Emmanuel. I will help you. Pablo. I will be of some assistance. Antonio. I will come when called. Maggie. I do not like hot weather. The part of the house which has windows back and front is cooler. Coming together. We move. I will tell you about Eugenia. She moved the table and hopes to be married. I do not think so because I do not think she is attractive. There is not a family in which some do not embroider. It is a great industry. The wind. There is wind every day. I am so disappointed. It is difficult to stop now because of annoyances. Now we will tell of the things that were sent together. We were surprised they had not moved in. Open homes. Go on, making people better. The servants. They did say that they were Spanish. I said they weren't. I said Spaniards were polite. Nicholas. I have seen the consul. He is going to get me my passport. William. But he can't. He is only consular agent. He has to send to Barcelona. Nicholas. I was not speaking of him. I was speaking of the ambassador. William. Oh, that's another matter. Mr. and Mrs. Clement came in. They said that they had lost a friend. Music. When they ask for money for the sailors who were drowned, they make gay music. When they say here is someone who refuses to give them something, they are impertinent. Brothers. How did we know they were brothers? We knew it because they have the same perplexity. He has lost money in boats, and he has in steel cars. Officials. Come together, you can fly a kite if you like. We do not like. We like to see others do it. It is not much trouble. It depends entirely on the height of the house. Nicholas, Jane, and Anthony, and the evening rain. It comes every morning about 2, and we have the habit of closing up. Please me. I will. 3 months, yes, 3 months. Piles of initials. He made piles of initials. Would anyone think that they embroidered the name in Majorca? Stephen. How much is it? Stephen. 45. Stephen. We will change it to 40. Older ones have gotten to see that it's dangerous to go to Marseille. The Colonel. He owns this house and he wants the almond crop. We said we did not know that. He said it was in the lease. Mr. Clement said he had never heard of such a thing being done. We met an old Frenchman. We met the people who are going around together and asking for money. Genevieve. Widows should have it. Bobby. Do as you like. We asked them not to come in. The dealer, his wife, and the servant. Hush, don't wake anybody. You must not call out to one another. Everybody does it. We do not ask you to control the others. We have decided not to say anything to you about them. The owner of the house. I am assisting, and I am further obliged to come tomorrow. Will you kindly give me the key? The servant. Will you kindly give me some water? Will you show me the way to go? The wife. I will not believe that they are settled. It is a great disappointment to me. Plenty of time. Beginning tomorrow, can we count a month before they return to the city? Counting tomorrow, can we count a month before they leave the country? It is a disappointment to me that we have not been able to be rid of that which is bothering us. It is a great disappointment to me. 2 count, we count 2. The one came first. He eats sweetbreads by preference, and he has a wife and a child. I did not mean him. The one came later and is really not very well pleased. He does not care for the vegetables which are for sale here. We know an old man that we like better. We like to see that he is met. When did the owner of the house decide to write to us? He did not write. He came. The owner. It was agreed that you take it by 3 months. It will disturb me to come up once a month for the money. It was agreed that we take it by the month, and we will send you your money by mail. The owner. If it is lost, it will be at your risk. It will not be lost. The owner. I am very anxious to have you pleased with the house. We like the view. The owner. Did the storm do much injury? A little rain came in. The owner. I meant to the trees. I do not think so. What is it? We went together. We did not feel too warm. There is much talk of obligation. We never have butter. We are not going to. The rest of the day was there. He said that he would be pleased if we came again and asked for that which we were to get. The older woman. Do not for one moment think of not receiving back that which is owing to you. We said that we have made a mistake. Excuse me, come in sometime tomorrow. Tomorrow in a week? A week is over on Sunday. Come tomorrow. This evening at 4. Tomorrow too. Come tomorrow or early, not before 6. We will have them tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. They had them. They were the kind that lit themselves. We were so careful. We said, yes, we like the kind that we have had. By believing in everything, we happen to be careful to ask what was paid. It is necessary to know how the time is arranged. William. Teeth. Do not mention teeth. My front teeth are longer. Is it surprising that everyone is fond of mutton? Is it? I think it is. Monica. I am careful about turns. I walk uphill. She is enthusiastic. She has gone in whenever there was kite flying. Anthony. Whatever you do, don't make a noise. Please be careful of me. Let us talk about fowls. When we went hunting we had 11 dogs. They ran after rabbits. We went there. Ours is certainly not petted. He likes to be able to be told that it is true. Jenny, sister, Nicholas, and Herman. Who did he call to? He did not call me away. He was hoping for other results. We bowed politely. To be 75. To be 75 together. To be able to see stitches. To have decided not to stay here. We will not see to count. The end of May. The weather in June is like the weather in September. The end of May is cooler. The bathman is disgusted that the Majorcans don't bathe in September. The water is warm in September. It is warmer in July and August. The war. Are there German submarines in Spanish waters? Signor Dato. There are no German submarines in Spanish waters. Marquis of Ibiza. I hate the English. The king. Have you any daughters? Marquis of Ibiza. I have. The king. Then leave them all alone. The Cuban boat. It has sunk. The sailors. They all came from St. Catherine's Square. The sailors were all drowned. A great deal of money was collected for their families. In speaking of Majorca, we must remember that there is making acquaintance. They make acquaintance with each other. Jane. I will not be old. I have 4 children. The 2 servants are man and wife. Iphigenia. To work hard is commendable if one earns money. I do not wish to be married. I wish to be sure of marriage. I have selected my sisters. They do embroidery. I will not copy them. I am not so old. I have a younger brother and sister. I do not pay attention. We do not pay attention to one another. I am, in a way, disappointed. I do believe in fish. Everybody does in Majorca. Minorca, answering in French. I know the name of Mary Rose. What is a saint? Stamp on a flag. Believe in your country. Singing at night. Paul. I am going to see John. John. Come when you like. How is your wife? Paul. My wife is tired. We walked too far yesterday. It was beautiful moonlight. John. Remember me to her. Paul. How is your wife today? John. Oh, she is all right now. Paul. And Bartholomew? John. Bartholomew is not here just now. He has gone downstairs. Paul. Yes, I saw Bartholomew when I came in. We do not know whether it has anything to do with the weather, whether they will go away. It is said by everyone that almost everyone goes away by the middle of October. They came in July. We hear something. Yes, it's German. They give French music too, and 1 English and 1 American. They are all there, but they do not say it. I dance. Keep still. Do keep still. They keep our dog still. We kept our dog still. We can see signs that they are going away. I do not wish to say this in the manner of Monica. When do car conductors work? They work in the evening. Miss Alice Toklas wishes Roberts to kindly send her by registered mail, under separate cover, 1 ivory soap, and a good face soap that Roberts can recommend. Genevieve. The melon is always warmer in the centre when it has been in the sun. Well, then we will have the green. That's the way our melons are cooled. They are not going today. We have decided that we will tell the consul that we were very glad to see him. Genevieve. I am angry. I will not go to the working man. Monica. I am not angry. I am going to lie down. Nicholas. I believe in loud furnaces. William. I am married. Are you? To whom? If they go away, they leave suddenly. This is not the way they came. They came unexpectedly. They will not go away suddenly. Always sincerely yours, Mabel Weeks. He can do as he pleases with Mary Rose. He can do as he pleases with Mary Rose. Not finished yet. When can we come in and bring Mary Rose? Monica. I like Polly. He is so handsome. Monica. And we were right. Genevieve. Why were we not right? Nicholas. Because we felt that it was not true. Paul. Why does the German boat give out oil? William. Because it wishes to feed German submarines. The Marquis. I will express my wishes. The landlord. That is as you wish, sir. Monica. I like to feel that if any one falls, I fall. Paul. I am going to fix the string with a wire. Thanks so much. When will it be done? Paul. I will do it tomorrow. Nicholas. Saturday does not include Sunday, doesn't it? Nicholas. Not in Palma, in Majorca. You mean that they will all go away? Nicholas. Not right away, but they won't stay. Very well, goodbye. May Mary. Yes, I hear. When the girl went away, we said they had umbrellas. When the rest went away, they said goodbye. Let us wait and see. We waited for them and they passed. They were all of them old. They had loud voices. We want to know in a neutral country have they servants. Please be able to finish. Nicholas. Mama Cuckoo. Joseph. Dolores, Dolores. Jane. Jenny, give me the keys. Oh, yes. I am waiting. Nicholas, follow me. The lawyer. Stay to play. The end. Yes, I have a brother, sitting at a cafe. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 33. For the Country Entirely. A Play in Letters. Almond trees in the hill. We saw them today. Dear Mrs. Steele, I like to ask you questions. Do you believe that it is necessary to worship individuality? We do. Mrs. Henry Watterson. Of course I have heard. Dear sir, of course I have heard. They didn't leave the book. Dear sir, they didn't leave the book. Yes, yes, I know what I hear. Yes, sir. Dear sir, I heard her hurrying. We all did. Good night, Isabel Furness. I like their names. Anthony Rosello. It's easy to name a street like that. It is, with a view of trees and a hill. Yes, sir. Herbert. Dear Herbert, come again. William. William Cook. Chapter 2. Dear Sir, a play. A great many people ask me in misery. Have they come? Dear friends, say what you have to say. Dear Whitehead and Paul and Woolston and Thorne, why can't you accommodate yourselves and leave me alone? I don't mean today or yesterday or by counting. Everybody cannot count. An avenue goes through a city, and a street crosses the city. There is no use in pointing out associations. A great many people can read. Not women, not in some countries. Not in some countries. Oh, yes, not in some countries. Caesar. Caesar isn't a name that is not used. I have known that a great many people have it. Henry Caesar. A class is full, and teaching is difficult. They do not understand. Who does not understand? The Barcelonese. Colour. A country and a cup where they sell water. Everybody sells water in this country. Everybody sells water in this country. Is it a hot country? It is not, and water is plentiful. Then I do not understand you. You need not question me. Dear girl, grandfathers cannot make sacrifices for their children. It is not expected of them, and they are not sacrificed. A great many people are sacrificed. Oh dear, yes. Helen. Chapter 3. Why do you play in letters? Because we are English. Is it an English custom? It is not an American. Oh, yes, I remember. You did mention. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Eaton, can you remember what day it was that we promised to go into the wind and not take shelter? I cannot remember that we ever undertook to do that. We are going in another direction. To-day, and day after tomorrow. We often spell together. We like Latin. How goes it? Frederick and Harriet Beef. Do be anxious about me. We are not anxious about me. No, you were told to be, so were you not. We were not advised. No, indeed, you were not. Dear Mr. Colin Bell, do be gracious and come again, soon as you like. I do not know how to reply. No, you don't, and I am so uneasy. Not to-day. No, not at all. Dear sir, good night. Act 2. Here we come to Act 2. Australian papers, Canadian papers, American papers. Dear Miss Millicant, do not be insulting. You know very well that we have not conscription. Were you surprised? In states or in territories? My dear Milly, I wish you would come and tell me about Rigoletto. Oh, yes, handkerchiefs, from bonnets. Good evening, missus. That is not well said. Dear Gilbert, remember me to your mother, all the time. Dear Mr. Lindo Webb, I understand why you are not better liked. A great many people expect you to teach them English. You do so, and very well. You might be married and have a wife and son. With these helping you to teach you, you could teach many more people English. Then we can expect that you will change your place of residence. We do not expect you to change your coat. No Englishman does. We understand that. Young Bonnet. We have been very much annoyed by the impertinence of Mr. Alfred Bonnet. Little pieces of paper are suddenly burnt. In believing a shoemaker, you believe his father. I do not believe his father. Why? Because he does not dress well. Dress well. Dress well. Dear Mrs. Cook, have you any special wishes? Do you want to know about almond leaves and almond roots, or do you refer to olive trees? Olive trees have large roots. I do not know about almond trees. The rest of the time was spent in deploring the tempest. Dear Mrs. Carlock, I do not know the name. I have often been told that the easiest way to be believed is to examine every one. I have endeavoured to do so, but without success. Some people believe that they will be killed. By this I mean that they delight in teaching. Some teach very well. Some teach in the north. Do not stay away. Sincerely yours, and not carelessly, Walter Winter. How do you know my name? I speak 3 languages, Spanish, French, and English. Dear Mr. Cook, how do you do? Do you mean that you are able to stay the rest of the afternoon? I do understand a red nose. Not to-day. No, not to-day. You see, the explanation is this. We will not be pleased altogether. Mrs. Cook, I ask of you, do not come again. Do you mean it? I cannot understand Mary Rose Palmer. I can understand explaining things to one another. We were there, and the almond flowers turned to almond leaves. Dear Mr. Cook, come again. Sincerely yours, Daisy Clement. Act 3. In the country and for the country. Dear master, do not say so. You mean there is no such address. I do not mean that I criticize. I do mean that the method used does not agree with me. Certainly not. Sincerely yours, Harmon. Why do you need a name? I don't know. I like the point of Inca. Do not see it everywhere. I will not. Dear land, when I call away, I do not mean that I wish the coal to burn. It is not necessary to tell me that the peas will suffer. They certainly will not, neither will the pinks. Thank you for using that word. Dear me, it is windy. Scene 2. Dear sir, Mr. Cousins told me that they were away when it happened. They recollected being asked if they were well, if they had recovered from their emotion. They were also asked if their wives and children were well. They certainly did not know how to say, excuse me, I do not know who you are. They might have said, I would wish to know your name, because it would not be right not to be able to give your message, and if we do not know your name, we cannot say from whom the message came. This was not done. Dear sir, do not be angry with your government. Sincerely yours, William Hague. Scene 3. This was the way to reason. Did he leave after the other came? Was he a sea captain? Was the other one of the same profession, although a citizen of another nation? Now as to the word citizen, the use of it differs. Some are inclined to ratify the use of it, others prefer to ask, what is a citizen? A citizen is one who, employing all the uses of his nature, cleans the world of adjoining relations. In this way we cannot conquer. We do conquer, and I ask how do you do? Dear sir, when it is necessary to come, you will come. Yes, sir. Dear sir, when it is necessary to be hurried, you are not nervous. Not at all. Very well. Dear sir, why have you special places for your handkerchiefs? Because they have been so charmingly embroidered. You are pleased, then? Yes, very pleased indeed. Scene 3. Dear sir, extra dresses. Oh, yes, see here, extra gloves. I do not like the word gloves. It has a combination of letters in it that displeases me. Since when? Since this evening. I do not understand your objection. It is easy to understand if I explain. Dear Genevieve, do say where you heard them speak of the decision they had come to not to have masked balls. I didn't say. They always have masked balls. Oh, so they do? Yes, indeed they do. There are many of them. A great many. Looks to me. Dear sir, why you have such splendid olive trees. Dear Mr. Wilson, why have you such plain entrances? What do you mean? I mean, in Mallorca they do it in such a way that every house has an interesting entrance. You mean chairs? Yes, I mean chairs. Act 4, Scene 1. Dear sir, please do not persist. The one in the house said it. Dear Lady Christ, what do you say to that again? I say nothing. Indeed, you are discreet and timid. Mrs. Seaman has been disappointed. In St. Catherine. Yes, because of the children. How do you mean? One of them was not bewildering, and he blasphemed the saints. Oh, no. No one could be older. You mean today? I mean any day. Dear sir, come to another conclusion. Yes, I will. Receive me and Cuba. You mean the name? Yes, the name. You always liked hearing noises. Not in France. No, indeed, not in France. Not in France. No, indeed. Really, you prepare me. I do. Not today. Today. You prepare me today. Scene 2. This is so pleasing. Dear sir, how do you pronounce Crowtell? The land is very near, and is seen, and nuns fix it. And the tramway? Shall I say street-car? Not necessarily. Here it is more country road, and the electricity is easily had. Everywhere? Yes, everywhere. That is such a comfort. Dear sir, you mean dear Mr. Rossio, do you know my older brother? Scene 3. Charles King, Lindo Webb, Lindo Webb. Dear Charles King, you do not mind that I am in distress. I have no means of satisfying myself whether I am obliged to be careful or not. Careful of what? Of what I say in public? Certainly not. No, certainly not. Dear Mr. Lindo Webb, come again, will you? A great many mountains are higher than any one on the island. Do you believe in lessons? Of course I do. So does Mrs. Gilbert. Scene 4. I am enjoying it. Dear Mr. Lindo Webb, why do you wish to win? In the more readily seen places there is no muttering. You mean no quarrelling. I mean neither one or the other. Oh, I understand you. By that I mean that I am poor. I see what you mean. Dear Woodrow, this is a name. What does anybody mean by interesting? That is not a word that has that position. You mean not nicely. I mean that I am English. Dear Mr. Henry, what have you been meaning to do? Scene 5. Dear Sir, why do you speak? Dear Sir, please me, how can I be called? Do you wish to go to market? Dear Sir, do you wish me to go to market? Dear Sir, do you wish me to have that made? How do you mean? Scene 6. Dear Sir, remember that when you have no further requests to make, you must not blame me. Dear Sir, I know you do not object to smoke. Dear Mrs. Lindo Webb, how can you break your teeth? By falling down in the street. You mean now when the pavement is so dark? Naturally. It would not have happened otherwise. This is because of the necessary condition of lighting. We all suffer from that. Scene 7. Do you remember Charles Mark? Figs, especially mentioned figs. Dear Sir, will you come to-day and wear 3 diamond rings and an officer's suit? You have a perfect right to wear an officer's suit. You are a major. Dear Mrs. English, do you like a different country? Do you mean higher up in the hills? Not so very much higher. Act 5. Scene 1. This is the last time we will use seasoning. You mean you like it better cold? No, don't be foolish. Dear Sir, is there much wisdom in searching for asphodels? Not if you already know what they are. We do know now. Then there is no use in trying to accustom yourself to their beauty, but we don't find it beautiful. I too have failed to find beauty in them. This is not surprising, as they do not grow prettily. They were a great disappointment to us. Scene 2. We all are able to see I don't care a bit about Lena. We are all able to say I don't care a bit about Lena. Dear Mrs. Landor, how can you cease to be troubled about the rest of the winter? How can you cease to be troubled about the rest of the summer and the beginning of the winter? Dear Sir, every evening the snow falls. Red. Yes, and so do the asphodels. Asphodel isn't red. I know it. It looks so. Dear friend, can you give me any pleasure? Yesterday afternoon was a holiday. You mean a festival. I mean a day of the country. Do you mean that you understand the country? No, indeed. Scene 3. Dear friends, have patience. Scene 4. This has ended very well. You mean meeting one another? Yes, and asking us to remain here. You mean that a great many people were troubled? Not a great many people. Some are very happy. So are others. We all have wishes, expressed wishes. Dear Sir, will you come again and eat ham? Not in this country. Fish? Not in this country. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Miller. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 34. Turkey and bones and eating, and we liked it. a play. He was very restless. He does not like to stand while he picks flowers. He does not smell flowers. He has a reasonable liking for herbs. He likes their smell. He is not able to see storms. He can see anything running. He has been able to be praised. Scene 1. Polyben seats. Straw seats which are so well made that they resemble stools. They are all of straw and thick. They are made with 2 handles. Geneviève and cotton. I do not like cotton drawers. I prefer wool or linen. I admit that linen is damp. Wool is warm. I believe I prefer wool. Minorca and dogs. I like a dog which is easily understood, as I have never had the habit of going out except on Sunday. Now I go out every day. Anthony and coal. I believe that coal is better than wood. If coal is good, it burns longer. In any case, it is very difficult to get here. Felix in a letter. I do not wish to reply to a telegram, not because I find it difficult to explain in it that I wish to see you. I did wish to see you. Mr. Clement. It gives me great pleasure to meet you. I am feeling well today, and I see that you are enjoying the mild weather. It will continue so. I hope you will be pleased. I will present myself to you in saying that I am certain that you are deriving pleasure from your winter. I am certainly eager. William. He is too difficult. He is too difficult. I don't believe you understand me yet. He is too difficult. Scene 2. She would not insist. We were to have a saddle of mutton. We were served first with a not distasteful supply of vegetables. There was ham in it and pork. These had boiling, and they were a sauce. Let me tell you about the German. A little girl. I can tell blue when I see it. A German. Look. Italians. We expect to go home. When the cigarettes come. I know these were stale. If I go to the war, I will be readily excused because I am lame. You have every reason to be lame. You are a waiter, but the out-of-door life may do you good. Geneviève. I could not leave the house as I was expecting the reparation of a mattress. You did not find it necessary to leave the house. Not in the morning. William and Mary. William is William, and he does not use any precaution. He is not very adroit. She. Will you drink wine? I do. I know that, but will you take any now? I don't mind the taste of it. This is really not wine. It is a concoction of brown sugar and water and fermented juice. I call it wine. It is a drink. I did not know it was not wine. The Count. Why does the Count wish for this house? He wishes for it because it has all conveniences. It really hasn't, but it is better situated than the one he has now. Raymond and Jenny. I do like a Spanish name. A Spanish name always begins with a V. We went together. We went together and we did not go to the opera. The opera that was being given was Boris Godunov. Scene 3. A whole collection of stamps. A family meeting. Where did you get it? I got it when I saw the envelope. Where did you see it? Don't hold it. Don't spoil it. Let me see it. Thanks. Thanks so much. I thank you. I thank you for your kindness. Please make a collection of flowers. Collecting flowers is not a misery. You have to carry something. A handkerchief will do, and more than that is perfectly selfish. We are not perfectly selfish. William, do be persevering. Mrs. Clement, I am. I do not leave my house. Geneviève, don't you leave your house? Mr. and Mrs. Clement, we do. Maud, the hills would be better than water. We like water. Mrs. Clement, everybody likes water. Maud, and fish. Geneviève, I do not care for the fish here. William, radishes. Maud, radishes are strong. Mrs. Clement, I am glad to have seen you. Scene 4. An interlude. If you were a Breton and read a book and understood Spanish, would you be richer than a Frenchman who talked in a field? If a man talked in a field and told about papers and contraband and laughed, would you see a resemblance in him to a Swiss? I would. This is what happened. He says, it is very necessary to be young and unmarried, and then you cannot do as you please. You cannot go where you please. He believed that it was all right. I am certain that he understood talking. He also laughed. I am not convinced that plowing is safe. Plowing is done with a plow and under a tree. Dogs bark. Little dogs bark. The horse. And sometimes a mule. And sometimes a donkey. The people say, leave it to me. I will not. Scene 5. Farmer. Listen to me. I will not. Then do not listen to me. I heard you when you said it. I like to see goats feed. And so do I like to see them lay the tracks. They are laying them for the electrical railroad. Sarah, I don't like him. I don't like his ways. I don't like it, and I will not say it. I will do as you do, and you do it so nicely. I will do as you do, and then we were right. We were right to ask him to come in. He will not come in. I will not go out. We will not stay there. We will say, yes, certainly, we are not very busy. Yes, please, see that you have the things you want. You have not been given them. don't fail to come again when you need them. A farmer. A fisherman. We don't like to look at a wall. A fisherman and a farmer. They both believe in fish. Fish is a fertilizer. It cannot be found in the bay. You do not have to go out far. You have to have a great many boats. An English mother. You make me quite afraid of dogs. Scene 6. A water faucet. We were very likely to meet one another. None of us have running water. The Count Wrangel had. We were all fond of winter. We said we liked summer. The trouble with the summer is that it is too hot. You see, I am convinced. Harold. Harold is your name? I thought it was Martin. It is Martin or Mark. Thank you. You speak English? Yes, certainly. And French? Very nicely. And Hindustani? My mother does. I supposed she did. We had never thought about it. Scene 7, Act 2. We are deserted. We are left alone. They are going to Paris. We stay here. Minorca. And there is such a nice view. A dinner. Tomorrow. Every day. Yes, every day. In the morning. We will ride. We will come home. Yes, we will. Don't bother. Yes, you need to. We understand. We will meet you at 1:30 old time. You need never be drunk. It is an older word. Do be clear. Golly Moses, it is damp out here. Any little piece of paper makes a wind. Yes, yes. Anthony and Cleopatra. Do you like him? I must go and see the working men. Do you like them? They are giving our son a knife. Whom does he resemble? The son resembles his mother. Don't say it. Why not? Because the father does not prefer to hear it. He prefers to hear that the son resembles him. The son resembles him, but he looks like his mother. They wish him to have every advantage. Change of scene. In walking home, we did not go that way. I had my reason for not going that way. I did not care about losing a button. As a matter of fact, I didn't lose it. Winnie and William. How are they today? They are going away. We are going away. I am sorry. We are not sorry. No, I cannot say whether we are not sorry. We are not sorry. Another climate. The ponds are frozen. We did not read that today. Mike wrote it. We were very careful to look at the water. It was not cold here. There are a great many times when there is rain. Oh, yes. All right. He came in. What is the name of it? I cannot say it. Do not say it. I do not care to look at anyone. I do. Then please yourself. I do not understand electricity. I do. I do not understand hail. I can explain it. I do not care for history. I can read it. I do not care about individual wishes. I understand it. Plenty of people do love another. She. Loud voices are attractive. When two people talk together, they have to talk louder. I wish you would not talk about summer. Say anything you please, but don't say that you are not to stay here altogether. I do not want it known. All right. We will stay here altogether. That is not my wish. We will stay here for the winter. The summer climate is not possible. I quite agree with you. Do you? Yes, I do. No, I can't say that. What? You know, it is the words of a song. I know what you mean. Of course you do. This is the end of the month. Next month will be shorter. Why? Because it is December. I understand that. Of course you do. They have gone away. William, I am drinking. Maria, I am so sorry to go. Henrietta, I cannot understand departure because if you are French, you attend Mass. Sarah, I quite agree with you. I think it unforgivable. Mrs. Clement. And they are. Mr. Penfield. We are very often forgetful. Many of us think of things. How many times have you been defeated? Sleeping, turning and sleeping. What did you say? I said, I am closing the door. Very well. Henrietta, John and I are bewildered. So are William and Monica. Henrietta, the difference between us is that we know what we want. Oh, do you? Henrietta knows. Henrietta, why are you shutting the door? Because it is the habit. It really isn't necessary. Then why do you do it? Henrietta, everyone knows William and Monica. Yes. And everyone knows how they started. How did they start? By quarreling with their landlord. Indeed, yes. It was not a comfortable house in summer. They knew this. No, they didn't. You are quite right. They didn't. Scene 9. Go on. Go on and on. The day I was settled down to making a fire, I found that it came very easily. All I had to do was be here when the wood came. We had not ordered any water. Tonight. Mrs. Chambers. When did you leave him? I didn't leave you. I know you didn't. Then, and I am vainly wishing for a postman. What did you wish of him? I wish to tell him that I don't want my packages open. How do you know where they are open? I know that they are not opened here. I mean, in this house. I understand what you mean. Scene 10. A mother. Do not listen to a mass. Another mother. I have left my children at home. A son. I have no engagement on Wednesday. A niece. I go out frequently. Do you? Oh, yes. Do you go out with your aunt? We go out together. Mrs. Hitchcock. I do not understand wishes. A large time is not a sentence we use. That I understood. 2 Englishmen have searched for a Polish flag. They found it, not the flag of the nation, the flag of war and commerce. Thank you so much. Scene 11. The life of the turkey. Who is cruel? Not the little boy. He lifts it in his arms. No, the other one. He is a guardian. They are all placing their confidence in them. The life of the turkeys here exists after Christmas. We were surprised to see that. So many of them were eaten that we supposed there were no more. The life of the turkey. In church. Here. In church. Nonsense. I will not say I prefer suckling pig. I don't know but that I do. I like grouse. To eat. And also chicken liver. Arthur Lynn. Come and rest. Helen Lewis. We are waiting for the letter carrier. Is he coming today? I don't know. Scene 12. Come in, come in. Mary and Susan. Shall we come again? Andrew. Yes, that's the name. What I want you to know is the origin of it all. The one is a soldier, the other an admiral, the third a gypsy. We were not pleased. Captain Rose. You must pronounce after me. A fire in the kitchen, not against the outer wall. Yes, we know that. I've been convinced. Don't you like its appearance? Very much. I am not satisfied. With what? With its appearance? I expected it to be white. Oh, that can be arranged afterward. Yes, I see. You are going? May we stay a little while? Scene 13. It was rarely neglected. Come in, Herbert. I recognize the name Herbert. Come in. We are going out. Do you like walking? Very much. Do you like the sound of the waves? Yes, certainly. Do you like them near or at distance? The effect is different, far and near. Yes, so it is. Which do you prefer? I have no choice. This evening we will have to be cold. But not at all. Yes, indeed, and I mean to speak to my landlord about it. Good night. Scene 14. Clarence for a change. If you have as vacation 1 day a month and you take it every 6 months, you have 6 days vacation. In those 6 days, you can visit your family in the country, or you can work in your garden, or you can make changes in the position of the wall. You can do all this, and then There will be 6 days in 6 months. If you are not able to be about, this will be counted off of the days. The French language. Who is it? What was I saying? You were saying that you were able to be at home. Yes, I am able to be at home. Then this is what troubles you? No, it does not trouble me. It makes me realize that I do not wish to leave. Of course you do not wish to leave. Yes, that was understood. Did you say that you listened? Were you speaking? What did you wish? I wish not to be disturbed. Oh, yes, we will leave in the spring. I am not satisfied with what is right. Scene 15. Come again. Mr. Picard. He was dedicated to him. Was he? Do you feel happy? All the time. Do not be neglected. I was. And I saw that there are mountains and the water. We are really not interested in the country if there is no water. You mean salt water? Yes. Do not dispute about it. It is unlucky to wish anyone Happy New Year before the New Year. Scene 16. Do you want me to go on? Yes, I want you to go on. Where shall we walk tomorrow? Tonight, you mean? Not this evening. Yes, I understand. Where shall we walk tomorrow? To Fernville. No, not to Fernville. To Arbuthnot? No, not to Arbuthnot. In the park. No, not the park. Well then, let's walk along by the water. No, let's not go that way. Then let us walk to Wintersdale? Yes, let's walk to Wintersdale. Very well then. Where are you going this afternoon? We are going downtown. Oh yes, you have a good deal to do. Yes, we have a good deal to do. Will you go in the morning? As you like. Scene 17. Come happily. Yes, we come very happily. There is very good reason for suspecting Mr. Bournville. Is there? Yes, very good reason. What is the reason? The real reason is that he has been incorrect. How has he been incorrect? He has been altogether incorrect as to the necessity of having water. Do you mean to say that he said it would be difficult to have water? He said so, but it hasn't been. No, indeed. That may be because the season is different. That may be the reason. In any case, he is pardonable. In any case, he is pardonable. You agree with me? Yes, I agree with you. Do you always agree with me? You know I always agree with you. Then that is satisfactory. To me. And to me too. Fini. End of section 34. Recording by John Miller, Akron, Ohio. johnmiller.org.
Section 35 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 35. Every afternoon, a dialogue. I get up. So do you get up. We are pleased with each other. Why are you? Because we are hopeful. Have you any reason to be? We have reason to be. What is it? I am not prepared to say. Is there any change? Naturally. I know what you mean. I consider that it is not necessary for me to teach languages. It would be foolish of you to. It would here. It would anywhere. I do not care about Peru. I hope you do. Do I begin this? Yes, you began this. Of course we did. Yes, indeed we did. When will we speak of another? Not today, I assure you. Yes, certainly you mentioned it. We mentioned everything. To another. I do not wish reasons. You mean you are taught early? That is exactly what I mean. And I feel the same. You feel it to be the same. Don't tempt him. Do not tempt him. This evening there was no question of temptation. He was not the least interested. Neither was she. Of course she wasn't. It's really not necessary to ask her. I found it necessary. You did. Certainly. And when have you leisure? Reading and knitting. Reading or knitting. Reading or knitting. Yes, reading or knitting. In the evening. Actively first. He was very settled. Where was he settled? In Marseille. I cannot understand words. Cannot you? You are so easily deceived. You don't ask what do they decide. What are they to decide? There is no reason. No, there is no reason. Between meals. Do you really so? He was so necessary to me. We are equally pleased. Come and stay. Do so. Do you mean to be rude? Did he? I ask you why. Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. Every afternoon. A dialogue. What did you do with your dog? We sent him into the country. Was he a trouble? Not at all, but we thought he would be better off there. Yes, it isn't right to keep a large dog in the city. Yes, I agree with you. Yes. Coming. Yes, certainly. Do be quick. Not in breathing. No, you know you don't mind. We said yes. Come ahead. That sounded like an animal. Were you expecting something? I don't know. Don't you know about it at all? You know I don't believe it. She did. Well, they are different. I am not very careful. Mention that again. Here. Not here. Don't receive wood. Don't receive wood. Well, he went and found it. Tomorrow. Come tomorrow. Come tomorrow. Yes, we said yes. Come tomorrow. Coming very well. Don't be irritable. Don't say you haven't been told. You know I want a telegram. Why? Because emperors didn't. I don't remember that. I don't care for a long time. For a long time to pass away. Why not? Because I like him. That's what she said. We said. We will gladly come Saturday. She will go. Oh, yes, she will. What is a conversation? We can all sing. A great many people come in. A great many people come in. Why do the days pass so quickly? Because we are very happy. Yes, that's so. That's it. That is it. Who cares for daisies? Do you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Very well, then explain. That I care for daisies. That we care for daisies. Come in, come in. Yes, and I will not cry. No, indeed. We will picnic. Oh, yes. We are very happy. Very happy. And content. And content. We will go and hear Tito Ruffo. Here? Yes, here. Oh, yes, I remember about that. He is to be here. To begin with, what did we buy? Scolding. If you remember, you will remember other things that frighten you. Will I? Yes, and there is no necessity. The explanation is not in your walking first, of walking last, of walking beside me. The only reason that there is plenty of room is that I choose it. Then we will say that it will rain. The other day there was bright moonlight. Not here. No, not here, but on the whole there is more moonlight than in Brittany. Come again? Come in again. Coming again. Coming in again. Come again. I say I do understand calling. Calling him. Yes, Polyby. Come. Come. Come again and bring a book. We meet him so often. We meant to see about it. You mean the light? I am proud of her. You have every reason to be, and she takes it so naturally. It is better that it is her hands. Yes, of course. Nothing can pay for that. Republics are so ungrateful. Do you desire to appear here? Why, of course, in that sense. I do not know those words. It is really wretched. You do see it. I don't see it that way. No, you wouldn't. You would prefer the words well and tall. Say it to me. You know I never wished to be blamed. And ever to eat quickly. Did you promise him? Did I promise him the woods? The woods. Not now. You mean not now? End of section 35. Recording by Lynette Geisel.
Section 36 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzales. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 36. Captain Walter Arnold. A play. Do you mean to please me? I do. Do you have any doubt of the value of food and water? I have not. Can you recollect any example of easy repetition? I can, and I can mention it. I can explain how by twice repeating you change the meaning, you actually change the meaning. This makes it more interesting. If you attach it to a person, we make for realization. You really mean you have no preferences? I cannot visualize the condition. By that time I'm free to say that we have made offers of finding the right name for everything. Do you know that you are careful? Do you see the state of your purse? Have you been told that I will give you more if you ask for it? Or do you not care to receive a favor? Certainly you wish to be helped. Let me help you. Do not refuse. You can't regulate your expenditure. It is unreasonable. Not because you do it. Not because you do not do it. Standard pieces. Eating and drinking. Can you forget Minerva? I make the mistake. I mean Monica. Can you forget Monica? Or Polyby? Act 2. A dazzling dress. We dazzle altogether. End of section 36. Recording by April Gonzales in Cavite, Philippines.
Section 37 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Libby Gohn. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 37. Please Do Not Suffer. A play. Genevieve, Mrs. Marchand, and Count Daisy Wrangel. Mrs. Marchand. Where was she born, and with whom did she go to school? Did she know the Marquise of Bowers, then, or did she not? Did she come to know her in Italy? Did she learn English in Morocco? She has never been to England, nor did she go to school in Florence. She lived in the house with the friends of the Count Bernie, and as such she knew them and she knew him. She went to eat an Arab dinner. How did she come to know the people she has known? I do not understand it. With whom did she go to school? We are not sure. When did she first know about Morocco? Where did she hear English? She heard English spoken to children. Count Daisy Wrangel. He speaks English very well. He has an impediment in his speech. He likes cauliflower and green peas. He does not find an old woman satisfactory as a cook. He wishes for his Italian. It is too expensive to bring her down. He does like dogs. He once had 8. They were black poodles. They were living in a garden on a Duchess estate. He trained them to be very willing, and he has pictures of them all. He has often written a book. He writes about art sometimes. He also paints a little. He has a friend who paints a picture every morning and paints a picture every afternoon. He is not disagreeable. He did not come with him. He asked to see the dog he thought he had grown. Genevieve. She believes in Franconville. What is a thunderstorm? This is my history. I worked at a café in Rennes. Before that I was instructed by a woman who knew knitting and everything. My mother and father worked at gardening. I was ruined by a butcher. I am not particularly fond of children. My child is a girl, and is still a little one. She is living in an invaded district, but is now in Avignon. I had a coat made for her, but it did not fit her very well, and now I am sending the money, so it will be made at Verdun. I am not necessarily a very happy woman. Everyone is willing. I like knitting, and I like to buy provision. Yes, I enjoy the capital. There's plenty of meat here. I do not care for the variety. I prefer veal to chicken. I prefer mutton. I understand that it is difficult to have anything. Mrs. Marchand. I did not write often. I say I will mention it if a man pays attention to a woman, and so I can, and I say that I have not written. I will do as I like. I find that my baby is very healthy. I hope he will not talk the language spoken here, but I cannot say this to him. He is too young. He is not walking. If the Dardanelles are not taken, perhaps they will open. I hear myself speaking. I have an orange tree that is open. The sun comes in. For 10 days during 10 days it rains, and then until December we will have good weather. There is no fire in the house. I do not like to look at that map. Will you excuse me while I give my baby his luncheon? Count Daisy Wrangel. It is the same name as an island. We were from Courland, and some are Russians, and some are Prussians, and some are Swedes. None are Lithuanians. Mr. Berenson is a Lithuanian. I have a Danish friend who has been married 4 times. His last wife was a singer. She is a married woman. His first wife has been married to 4 different men. She has been a good friend to each one of them. They do say this. I have no pleasure in my stay on the island, because I do not eat anything. I would like to have something. Genevieve. The Count was here. He watched to see the dog, and he said he would like to see him. He was not very well. He had been suffering. He did not say that his friend would come with him. He said he thought not. I am often told that the French are everything. I ask, do you believe that the French are winning? I believe that the French are winning. Do you need butter for cooking? Mrs. Marchand. Let me give you a peach that is softer. Do you like this one? We will come again for an evening. It is the shortest way. Yes, I like walking. We say very little when we are worrying. Let us go away. We cannot, because my husband cannot go away. Nellie, Mildred, and Carrie. Nellie. Handwriting is not curving. It is not a disappointment or a service. It is frequently prepossessing. Mildred. It is copied. 6 handkerchiefs. 2 of one kind, 4 of another. Carrie. She backhands, that means she takes good care of herself. Mrs. Marchand. She does not know any of them. She knows Mr. Rothschild. Genevieve. What is the use of being tranquil when this house is built for the winter? The winter here is warm. Count Daisy Wrangel. He will not stay longer than November. William and Mary. William. He is fond of reading and drinking. He drinks wine. He also drinks siphon. There is water with sterilized water in it. He drinks it with and also without lemon. He is very fond of walking. He does not prefer resting. He is a painter by profession. Mary. Mary is winning. She has a brother who is fighting. He has made a ring for her. She has a mother and another brother. We were asked, does she like swimming? She has not a knowledge of swimming. Mrs. Marchand. She is a large woman and rather walking. She walks along. We met her and Mr. Marchand who were walking. We said it was too cold for walking. The English consul. All right. The dog is too closely muzzled. He can't breathe properly. Count Daisy Wrangel. Why do you all speak to me? Tell me about it. In coming into the first office I first saw one young lady. I told her she was looking very well. Then I went out and came back and went up to the other lady. I said, how do you do? I was sorry not to see you the other day. You were out when I called. My friend is a bear. I thought he would have come with me to call. I will come soon again. Mrs. Marchand. I don't know him very well. That is to say, my husband has pointed him out to me, and I knew he was here. It will not be a disappointment to us. Genevieve. I prefer a basket to a mesh. It is the one souvenir that I will have. I do not wish to say I am not pleased. I do not like to spend $35 over and all over again. It is exact enough. Count Daisy Wrangel. There is a great deal to write in a newspaper. Michael. Michael was the son of Daniel. He moved into a house. He had been living in a hotel a whole winter. He has steam, heat, and light. We have not seen photographs of the place. Jane. I have 5 children. The youngest is 3 years old. Many of them died. Felix. What kind of wool do you prefer, black or in color, heavy or thin, and for what do you desire it? Also, do you wish knitting needles, and what thickness? Alice. What did we have to eat today? We had very young pork. It is delicious. I have never eaten it better. Genevieve. I like to choose my meat. Mrs. Marchand. I understand everything better. I like to think and look at maps. I hate to see so much black. I do not mean by that I am sullen. I am not that. I am delighted with surroundings. Genevieve. I wish to spend a little money on some things. I am waiting for the boat. I have nothing to do except sleep. Really not. Mrs. Marchand. I understand Spanish. Count Daisy Wrangel. To please him and to please me I do not dine at home. Henry Francis. It hangs out in the rain and it is not dry. What shall I put on underneath? Anything you like. Roger Henry. Why do you prefer a picture of a boat? Because it is useful. Mrs. Marchand. I am so disappointed in the morning. We are all of us disappointed. Mrs. Marchand. I did not meet you today. Yes, you did. Every man was swallowing. What? Mrs. Marchand. I told you that you had every reason to expect warm weather, and now it's cold. It won't be cold long, I hope. These are equinoxial storms. They last from 7 to 10 days. The English consul. He has had some trying experiences, but he has a pleasant home. He has a view of the sea and also of the woods. It is natural that he has chosen that house. Mrs. Marchand. I have met her. She is very pleasant. I did not think she was his wife. I thought she was his daughter. So did we all. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 38. He said it. He said it. Monologue. Spoken in English. Always spoke between them. Why do you say yesterday especially? Why do you say by special appointment? Is it a mistake? Is it a great mistake? This I know. What are, and beside all, there is a desire for white handkerchiefs. You shall have it. This is what we give. We give it with a hat. Dear me, a great many people are precious. Are they? I do not ask the question. This is my fright. Oh dear, I thought the fire was out. I consider it very healthy to eat sugared figs. not pressed figs. I do not care for pressed figs. I consider it necessary to eat sugared prunes and an apple. I have felt it to be the only advice I could give. It has been successful. I really feel great satisfaction in the results. No one can say that short hair is unbecoming. What are the obligations of maternity? Reading and sleeping. Also copy. Yes, thank you. Are you pleased? I am not pleased. I am delighted. It has been a very fruitful evening. It is not very likely she was pleased. Pleasures of the chase. Do you like flags? I believe in painting them. I also inquire as to their origin. Are they simple in color or have they various designs? Nobody can be as pleased as I am, can be more pleased than I am. I am further delighted with the social relation I have established with a great many acquaintances. I began by intending to change the method of branching. I do not find it distinguished. Then I found that by choosing and asking other people to supply, I could be satisfied. This is history. Did he see he would kill a rabbit? Many rabbits are troublesome. I do not care to eat the one he was to give us. You do not care to eat rabbit. Who is our well-wisher? I see clearly that you have made a mistake. You have answered me defiantly. I have not. Large spaces of time are filled by my telling how to sing. How do you sing? Some sing so well they laugh. Others sing so well that they are roses. I was very pleased with embroidery. Very, very pleased with embroidery. Indeed, I think alone. And make lists. And make lists. I do not make lists. It is no trouble to make lists. I feel an infinite satisfaction in the thought that I have stopped worrying. Indeed, you never worry. Who can be willing to leave an American boat? No one. This is what I said. I said it to an Englishman. Governed. Do be governed. I speak of this very kindly. I do not tell him about darkness. Or anybody. Many people fear distraction and divert themselves with discussion. Not I. I am singularly adaptable. I have no opinion. When I am asked, I say it is distressing not to be right. It is not distressing to me. I accommodate myself to it. I am inclined to be talkative. Are you? Yes, sir. This is the way I say it. I ask anyone to say a bowl of water. This is not difficult. Then roses in it. I prefer pansies. Do you? Or daisies? No, we do not consider wild flowers. This is not the reason. The real reason is the odor. Some people like a strong odor, like China lilies, or almond flowers, or even tuberoses. I like them very much. I like them all very much. Do you? Yes, I do. The other day we saw a woman knitting. She was doing it not so very quickly, and then we understood the reason. She was knitting with cotton. That is quite the custom of the country. Why do you wish to hear it? I was very pleased with this, and now I want to tell you how to do it. This is what to ask. Do you make decorations? Do you please yourself? Are you fanciful? Have you any use for color? Do you ask for strange resemblances? Have you always been merry? Do you believe in history? Have you authority? Do you expect to seem selfish? Do you? I wonder about that. Why do you talk about stretches? You mean a series? Yes, I mean that. Do you remember that I said that? What do I feel today? I feel that I do know how to air a woman. You mean that I make it too cold. Well, to be sure, I am selfish. I sit before the fire. I really ought to give you the best place, only I don't like to change. You, dear, you are so sweet to me. A carpet on the floor makes it a great difference. Indeed, there is a granite which is called marble, and rightly called marble because it is found here. Do you know where it is made? Yes, I have seen it. Yes, so they say. Go to sleep. This is my way. In speaking, I have a belief in saying that I said it last. Some people differ from me. This is a sentence. What was it she reminded me of? It is satisfactory. There are a great many plans. Will there be a good crisis? I don't know. In our affairs? No, the nation's. Don't speak to her of it. I am not certain I like liberty. Don't you? Of course not. We go on saying what he said. I can't understand why you contradict me. There we are. I have a coat over my knees. There is no way of speaking English. I say there is no way of speaking English. What do you mean? I mean that anybody can begin and go on and finish. It's easy enough and especially hard when there is a use. Why do you say exchange? I do not know what they say. Exchange. They say they believe in exchange. I often talk about nothing. What have I to say? I wish to speak to you. What shall we do about water? The water is everywhere. Imagine me in bed. We were very careful to ask about it. Not for tea. Why do you talk about it? Not for the girl. He was, of course, not able to pay for the concert. He was, of course, not able to pay for the concert. I am not talking about myself. I can supply furs. In summer. Today. It is not very cold. But it will be. What did he say? He said it was explanatory. I said it was explanatory. I said I was careful of climbing. Not into bed. Yes, into bed. Why? Because you can never tell about the slats. I remember that word. What did he say today? A great many mountains have seas near them. And the moon? The moon has no tide. When do you say that? Every night. Why? Because I have never seen so much moonlight. I feel it very much. A great many people are listening to your getting angry. Talking about feeling. This afternoon we went to New York, and we spent the day together. We said, which way shall we walk? In reading the papers, I am often struck with the different way I am impressed with the news. Should I be cheerful? I should not. Mr. Sandlin says that I am. Indeed, I am. We do not expect it today. Let us go to Solon. All of you, hear me. I like to see the rocks. I mean stones. I didn't mean it about the clock. Here we are. Mrs. kisses. Mrs. kisses most. I do like to say that. Do you wish you had said it first? Not exactly. I repeat more often. A great many people hear you. Not now. All about the swing. Swing where? In a lamp. You mean electricity? Yes, I mean electricity. Wax. Do read to me. We went down to the town, and we met Mr. and Mrs. Sommelard. We drank something there, and we said if they would wait, we would call for them in a carriage. We had several things to attend to first. I nearly said it together. Do I think that they will? Do little walks tire you? Dear sir, this is the end of the day, and I am able to explain that a great deal of trouble has been taken. I feel that there must be a regular time for the oranges. Oh, yes, indeed. Never have I seen so many trees. It was a surprise to you. I say that I am certain that a great many things can be said. Call it a fan, love. I don't care to see pieces. Don't you? Indeed you don't. Leaving stones aside, what do you think of the weather and the country? I think them both delightful. So do I. And we enjoy ourselves? Oh, very much. Yes, and what time do you wake up? At 7:30. I don't wake up till 9. What is the date today? Wishes. He wishes to think. Do not distress them. What we do is this, we give it to them. What did he say? He said he expected to be ill. He said he expected not to be very well. Yes, Mr. Lindo Webb. Yes, Mrs. You should always speak the name. I don't feel that I can mention it. Do you believe in me? Are you surprised that you have gone so far? To me, not to me. Insulting. Yes, she is insulting. She asked have we ever heard of a poet named Willis? Alice has. I have not. She says he belonged to a group, like Thoreau. I am not displeased with the remark. Did we see the festivity? Water is amusing. Do I want to go away? No, indeed, I do not want to go away. 2 months. In 2 months. Politely miss me. Call what? Call Millie. Don't you understand the difference? He wanted $50 for 6 days. We did not refuse a visit. No one refuses a visit. I do. I see. A little finish. What was that noise? I am very pleased to have a good fire. Here are my stars and stripes. Yes, it's the flag. What time is it? Daytime. Of course, and the morning. I always go well prepared. Of course you would. What do I think? Is not this certain? What? That there are a great many places where one would not be as comfortable. Where would we not be so comfortable? Certainly I don't deny that. We have been so happy here. Yes, but that has nothing to do with the people. No, it hasn't. But I like to see what I see here. You know perfectly well you will be just as well pleased with something else. Why do mules go together? Because those people are religious. They are very religious. Were you invited? Then I will finish it here. This is very easy to please. Cups and saucers all together. We are going to have a picnic. With chicken, not today. Today we are going to have eggs and salad and vegetables and brown bread and what else? False smuggled contraband tobacco. You mean by that it isn't tobacco. No, it's only leaves. I laugh.
End of section 38.
Section 39 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 39. Counting Her Dresses, a Play. Part 1, Act 1. When they did not see me, I saw them again. I did not like it. Act 2. I count her dresses again. Act 3. Can you draw a dress? Act 4. In a minute. Part 2, Act 1. Believe in your mistakes. Act 2. Act quickly. Act 3. Do not mind the tooth. Act 4. Do not be careless. Part 3, Act 1, I am careful. Act 2, yes you are. Act 3, and obedient. Act 4, yes you are. Act 5, and industrious. Act 6, certainly. Part 4, Act 1, come to sing and sit. Act 2, repeat it. Act 3, I repeat it. Part 5, Act 1, can you speak quickly? Act 2, can you cough? Act 3, remember me to him. Act 4, remember that I want a cloak. Part 6, Act 1, I know what I want to say. How do you do? I forgive you everything, and there is nothing to forgive. Part 7, Act 1, the dog, you mean pale. Act 2, no, we want dark brown. Act 3, I am tired of blue. Part 8, Act 1, shall I wear my blue? Act 2, do. Part 9, Act 1, thank you for the cow. Thank you for the cow. Act 2, thank you very much. Part 10, Act 1, collecting her dresses. Act 2, shall you be annoyed? Act 3, not at all. Part 11, Act 1, can you be thankful? Act 2, for what? Act 3, for me. Part 11, Act 1, I do not like this table. Act 2, I can understand that. Act 3, a feather. Act 4, it weighs more than a feather. Part 13, Act 1, it is not tiring to count dresses. Part 14, Act 1, what is your belief? Part 15, Act 1, in exchange for a table. Act 2, in exchange for or on a table. Act 3, we were satisfied. Part 16, Act 1, can you say you like Negro sculpture? Part 17, Act 1, the meaning of windows is air. Act 2, and a door. Act 3, a door should be closed. Part 18, Act 1, can you manage it? Act 2, you mean dresses. Act 3, do I mean dresses? Part 19, Act 1, I mean 1, 2, 3. Part 20, Act 1, can you spell quickly? Act 2, I can spell very quickly. Act 3, so can my sister-in-law. Act 4, can she? Part 21, Act 1, have you any way of sitting? Act 2, you mean comfortably. Act 3, naturally. Act 4, I understand you. Part 22, Act 1, are you afraid? Act 2, I am not any more afraid of water than they are. Act 3, do not be insolent. Part 23, Act 1, we need clothes. Act 2, and wool. Act 3, and gloves. Act 4, and waterproofs. Part 24, Act 1, can you laugh at me? Act 2, and then say? Act 3, married? Act 4, yes. Part 25, Act 1, do you remember how he looked at clothes? Act 2, do you remember what he said about wishing? Act 3, do you remember all about it? Part 26, Act 1, oh yes. Act 2, you are stimulated. Act 3, and amused. Act 4, we are. Part 27, Act 1, what can I say that I am fond of? Act 2, I can see plenty of instances. Act 3, can you? Part 28, Act 1, for that we will make an arrangement. Act 2, you mean some drawings. Act 3, do I talk of art? Act 4, all numbers are beautiful to me. Part 29, Act 1, of course they are. Act 2, Thursday. Act 3, we hope for Thursday. Act 4, so do we. Part 30, Act 1, was she angry? Act 2, whom do you mean was she angry? Act 3, was she angry with you? Part 31, Act 1. Reflect more. Act 2. I do want a garden. Act 3. Do you? Act 4. And clothes. Act 5. I do not mention clothes. Act 6. No, you didn't, but I do. Act 7. Yes, I know that. Part 32, Act 1. He is tiring. Act 2. He is not tiring. Act 3. No, indeed. Act 4. I can count them. Act 5. You do not misunderstand me. Act 6. I misunderstand no one. Part 33, Act 1. Can you explain my wishes? Act 2. In the morning. Act 3. To me. Act 4. Yes, in there. Act 5. Then you do not explain. Act 6. I do not press for an answer. Part 34, Act 1. Can you expect her today? Act 2. We saw a dress. Act 3. We saw a man. Act 4. Sarcasm. Part 35, Act 1. We can be proud of tomorrow. Act 2. And the vests. Act 3. And the doors. Act 4. I always remember the roads. Part 36, Act 1. Can you speak English? Act 2. In London. Act 3. And here. Act 4. With me. Part 37, Act 1. Count her dresses. Act 2. Collect her dresses. Act 3. Clean her dresses. Act 4. Have the system. Part 38, Act 1. She polished the table. Act 2. Count her dresses again. Act 3. When can you come? Act 4. When can you come? Part 39, Act 1. Breathe for me. Act 2. I can say that. Act 3. It isn't funny. Act 4. In the meantime. Part 40, Act 1. Can you say? Act 2. What? Act 3. We have been told. Act 4. Oh, read that. Part 41, Act 1. I do not understand this homecoming. Act 2. In the evening. Act 3. Naturally. Act 4. We have decided. Act 5. Indeed. Act 6. If you wish. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 40. I like it to be a play. A play. I liked it to be a play, and so cleverly spoken. Americans are very clever. So are others. Yes, indeed, and all men are brave. Scene 1. Satisfy. I like to satisfy them. He likes purses. You mean silver purses? Yes, gold purses. Here they have other purses. All of them are carried in a procession every day, not all day. The martyrs and red carnations. You mean red geraniums? No, I mean red pinks. Purses have that word. Please me, to please me. Called me. She expected a distress. Daughters, or daughters. The youngest as children, ones said. Verdun. We close. Here. Stables or motors. Stables altogether. Did we know anything about houses in Majorca? Scene 2. So you were pleased with me. Scene 3. Able men. What do you intend to do today? I have planned to telegraph for an answer. Oh, yes. What have you said to them? I said I was delighted with the photographs. Scene 4. Will you be sorry to leave Majorca? You mean the island. The sun or the people. A great many people dislike the people. Scene 5. Fifth Avenue in Spanish. Fifth Avenue in Spanish. Did you say water? War water. I have heard it said that a great many people expected another. One another. To be one another. To be fought. Do not say bright. It is not a bright day. Scene 6. Have we gone so far? Indeed, have we gone so far? Scene 7. Don't make a mistake and lose any leaves. Classes. Memory classes. Don't go so far and lose any leaves. We were really pleased with the leaves. We were really not pleased with the leaves. I was very pleased with the leaves. Scene 8. You were astonished by me. All of us complain. You were astonished by me. Don't you understand trying? Don't you understand trying to stammer? No, indeed, I do not. Scene 9. Were you surprised to see that we were so far along? You mean in stages? No, of course not. In selections. What have you selected? Very good sponges. But they are expensive. They're not necessarily cheap. We feel that they ask an extraordinary price here. You have every reason to suppose so. We were quite sure of it. It is easily understood they are accustomed to trading. You mean barter. No, I don't mean that. I mean metal worker. Metal workers have new clothes. In Palma. Yes, in Palma. I did not mean to mention that name. Why do you dislike the town? Not at all. The rest of the day was spent in visiting. Scene 10. The end of that little plate. You mean you didn't like the pottery? The brown one, you mean. No, the yellow. Yes, I liked it very much at first. It was too big. This is not the way to say that you will come again, but we don't want it. Scene 11. What did she say? She said that she could read Spanish because all the words that were real words resemble French. I don't mean to say that I am vexed. Oh, no, indeed, you are not to be blamed. Not at all. We are very careful to move together. For pleasure. For our pleasure. Oh, yes, indeed. We need you. More than ever. I am glad we are not cold. Not here. Believe me. Believe in me. I do. End of section 40. Section 41 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 41. Not Sightly, a Play. Slightly painful and really more satisfactorily stinted and mentioned in long singling birthdays. Shall it seem strange? Not wintered, my dear, not wintered, my dear, not wintered, my dear. Fellows, 9 shall combine strachey and pearl wilt and borrowed moans. Why will sold meats have mince? They need it. They need it yet, they need it yet, they need it yet, they need it yet. A longer pause. When kinds of similar tens, that is to say 20 suffering, when similar 10s and perhaps 50 kneeling, when similar and jointed and prized and quilted quietly quilted tights, quietly quilted tight minds, when 3 innerly expensive shrugs meant more, there was a strain and little meaning. Waterspots came to remain. They saw to that. A particular relief. In a particular relief, not nodding, explain looking again. Alice, explain looking again. Another fact. Not indeed, my dear. Why should I say supper? Not every running thing, my dear. I am sorry to leave another not then. I have long bands. I couldn't do it behind it. I couldn't do it behind it. I would never see Lena. I would mean to hoard separately. I would surely sponge what? I would surely sponge enough. Intermission. What does that mean? There is no use in leaving out Friday. There is some sense in that. 18. 23. Times when there can be an arrest, and I don't mean to go, by the time there had been water, plants are in between them. Paul's. They came to say that another was faster. They come to specialize. They were in a year and old. Now I mean to go on. Stop it! Stop handling monkeys. Stop handling birds. Stop leaning by a companion. I came to gravely see winding and beat in that cautious outside, which does make minor differences more either. That's the way to pronounce it cautiously. Second act. I meant to wait, and I was simple, and I did say, shelter, God give him shelter. I did go away, and I did not mutter. I did not believe in goats. I was not delicate. I was not careful to release more excellent tons of really sound apples. This was so painful. This was very painful. I meant to do the same yesterday. Introduction. It's really doing my hand a lot of good. When I spoiled every day, I made sashes. I can understand where he did it. Abel Corn. One day, any day, not to search within the wounded operating sound of miserable stretches. What shall boats say by this time? Now I cannot sing. Now I cannot sing. Folded. Biting meant mining. Shall he find it out? There is much to say, an opportunity in sizes. Further, I can scratch, not it. Spool. She meant it again. Now I can lose money. Frightened. There really is no reason to believe that. What is your name? As if he felt himself to be one. I listened to Bertie. I felt raining. Rain is what is understood by singling out breathing. In the rest of piles of candles. It is not necessary that there is a table plentifully. It is not necessary that cloth is besieging. It is neither necessary that obligations are finally strung together by meaning all pieces. It is beneath shining, really beneath shining. Then there is a pause. There really is more vacancy than ever. There really is horribly mismanagement. I am not pleased with it at all. When I stood and measured distances, I bowed. I bowed to the reasonable interpretation of plain stairs bent together, and when I meant to go away, I did not leave out of that consideration. I was speedily neglected on harmony, and I was not, beside that, altered. I was not in altering, changing recently. Not to act too much in being horrified, not to beckon in spaces, not really to beckon in spaces, not really to be beckoning in pointed spaces or pointed spaces. Leave as alone we must be right. Act 3. I mentioned I spent that. I do reline most purses. I do so thoroughly. I do not please safer. This is in sailing. Don't be a silly. How can one sail? Field equivalent. I was so surprised to see that at the bottom of the sealskin. It's really not very active. That's not what I want to settle about. It really is not. There'll be 5 acts. Why do I say blows noses? Alice, why do I say blows noses? Alice, I hear you. You are between there. I shall state what I think and study. I study very much. This is not a request. I changed my mind. There is no example in this. I meant to be cautious. I was restrained. I shall not come to stay. I believe in sermons. It is a fawning thing. I do see a resemblance to Claire. Why, in the nature of pleasing, where there can be many tall representative not meaning to be still lining. Beside him, not in front. It seems wrong not to answer anybody. Title, really not. A girdle needs stitches, not it. Title, really not. Pleases. I must say I don't wish to go back. Pleasures. Shall I feel it? It's not possible to sing by way of songs. It is not possible to sing by way of songs. Next time. The next time that I wished to be taken away, the next time I wished to be taken away, in that way the next time I wished to be taken, or that way the next time I wished to be taken that way, or the next time, I meant to poison everybody. I meant to poison everybody seriously. I meant it seriously. I meant complaining seriously. I meant complaining seriously. In the way of peace, in that way, by a certain chiming of really mountains, by a certain wearing heat, by really mounting cars, that is in abundance for abundantly separating heights. Anyone is tall in feet. That is a twinkling mother. Surely enough. The longer to stay for, but I don't send it. Once when prints and letters and little violets of satin wood and spreading out centrally, once when upper leather was reaching by far, once when lively older trees had learned restitution. I don't mean to blame anybody. I haven't said luxurious. I meant to believe my aunt. I meant countless pillows. I wish it was windy. Painful. It is painful. There is a kind of sunset. Nobody mentions butter. They hate to be grave. It really is very strange. Not in cellars, not in not cellars, not wanting it. I spent stitching, I did it in again. I spent fastening, I saw likely, I saw very likely. When sleeping is wild, Cora is not wild. Cora is not wild. When sleeping is wild, Cora is not wild. Mild, pleasant breath. It is very fine. That is very fine. Instinct. Instinct or reason. Instinct or reason. Instinct or reason. Round and about. Round, about. Pale. Pale enough. Not so in satisfaction, in real satisfaction, not so much. I meant to go home, I meant to go home, I meant to go, what do I mean by white? I meant to change in it, more methodically, yes, purling. I don't know instances. Act 4. Not in the least pressing. 2 crowns and half a crown. That's the way they would say it. 7175. Pleasing extras. I said I should wish to go. To go. I said I should wish to go. I said I should wish to go. No blaming. No such blaming, darling, no such blaming. When I mentioned, still in mentioning, I had to imagine that I did not estimate wild curses. I did not estimate wild curses. I don't like that name. I will not secret more wishes. I will exactly say that lands are coarse, that lands are chorused, that lands are cursed. This comes to them after knitting. This comes to them after knitting. This comes to them after special winding. This comes to them after winding. Even new, it's pretty. Do you mind selecting sashes? Do you mind selecting sashes in it? Do you mind selecting sashes by way of reminding? Thanks. Do you mind reminding blinds? Do you mind? Edith, do you mind? Edith seems denied. Edith rests colored, not that colored much, not that colored by them. When wean in school scissors, scissors are a count. I make it a head. Polish. It's no use mentioning that I killed many who were believed to be localized. It's no good to dictate that. What I do not determine is more recognizable. It is not in a politeness. It has a recent meaning. Mr. Fairchild Resolute, pure and clouded by night and more feelingly, Mr. Fairchild, resolute to imperil the whole catastrophe, does license what he has to say. A sudden peak of gleaming hidden stones, thoroughly. Yes, isn't it an example? Isn't it a wiser relief than was expected? Isn't it Flemish? I know that allusion. It is an allusion to a reached heart. Not in the least private, not in the least privately, not more than the sum, not very granted. Not by that straining, not by that merriment. Can one neglect it? 2 in 7. I meant 11, it's shorter. Commence to sow. How can eagerness meet it? I don't indicate that, and more nearly standing, I don't realize voices. They said that. I mean to bury, please her. Like finding immense glances. I don't like to place holes, really hollow whites. I do not find long hose. That's a change. That is like water. That is plenty of all spots. There is plenty of all pints. There is plenty of another word. I don't like being discouraged. When the meaning was in the sofa, when the meaning was in shouting, when the meaning was found, I speak of it. Act 5. In a way I don't, in a way I don't, in a way I don't. Piling. Politeness requires neglecting plows. Politeness requires neglecting plows. Politeness requires neglecting plows. God bless you. I inquired into the exact celebration of visual memory. I met pleasing examples of amiable solicitude. I measured strength. I meant to go and stay. I shall certainly neglect sets. It is a complete wrinkling nation. This was no strawberry, meaning with colors and blacks, blackberry, indigo shawls. To begin to complain and straggle with mouse stretches. To begin to straggle, and much any ceiling without thimbles. Thimbles are so noisy, they do so suddenly expose spoons. Splendidly, more splendidly. She saw mentioned birds. I do not hesitate to understand myself, and I do vainly think that pearls are silly. I have a chance to say I so. I have a chance to say so. Witness. To begin on again. It was said, and well said it was, well said and avoiding. It was avoided by instantaneous crowning. It was mounted by sullen points. It was suddenly anticipated and nearly by a trinket. What is a trinket? I was disappointed in eggs. Sweet, oh sweet, oh sweet, sweet, sweet. Acting. An amazing cow, simply an amazing cow. Not in sobbing, not in clenching, an amazing cow. So shot. When? Out. They've got so many soldiers. No, they haven't my pudding. Catches. How do I know? I selected eating, and it had to see what called houses. I shall teach. Continuation of an Act 5, of the Act 5, continuation. Business goes by favor. Now count. Forgive colds. Be separated. Have colds. Wilderness. Compass. Compass 4. Plants. Have it essentially. Have it island. Have it for. Only for it. Have it within ices. Have it by a case. Likeness. If you like likeness. Read out by it. Read out by it. Supper splendidly. I met all sight. 8. I either. Make it leaving. Make it or believing. Make it leaving. She said choke night. She meant it. She did by teams. Night it. I saw a venture to be. Do be quiet and make the home a home. Do not see the limp when he is walking. Do not wonder if there is water. Leave it. Sell more splendidly. Do kindly stay in a way. Like what is a little sensational. Do be all to be never. Never wet. Wretched creature. I do not dot what is a new tub. Do regret it. I will not satisfy many. I will not satisfy many stitches. Why are corsets warm? They are an answer. Little pleasing noises, this is a sum, all of it astonishes. The Bruces have left. Act 5. I made a mistake. End of section 41. Section 42 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN, Section 42, Bonne, a play. We do not understand why they do not think this a good market. We do understand our pleasure. Our pleasure is to do every day the work of that day, to cut our hair and not want blue eyes, and to be reasonable and obedient, to obey and not split hairs. This is our duty and our pleasure. Every day we get up and say we are awake today. By this we mean that we are up early and we are up late. We eat our breakfast and smoke a cigar. That is not so because we call it by another name. We like the country and we are pressed people. Do not be upset by anything. No, I won't be, dear one. We have given you this, yes. I give you this, yes. You give me this, yes. Yes, sir. Why do I say yes, sir? Because it pleases you. What are the letters in my name? O and C and B and T. Leading a museum, not a pearl there. Take me to Sèvres, I do not despair. This must not be put in a book. Why not? Because it mustn't. Yes, sir. Please be rich. I am. So am I. Of course you are, my pretty. Of course you are. It isn't necessary for me to mention what a good baby. Happy New Year. End of section 42. Section 43 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 43, Mexico, a play. Ernestine, have you mentioned tracing out California? I have. How big is it? As big as a boat. What boat? The city of Savannah. Have you succeeded in tracing the origin of the word ugly? I have. It means crab. It certainly means crab. Crabbed is an instance. We learned about rocking chairs from them. Kites are an example. We learn about peaches from them. They learned them too. You were dreaming badly. No. Then go to sleep again, little sweetheart. Ernestine, it is easy to see 4 boats. Boats are a ship. There are English and Danish and other boats. It is hard to tell the Italian flag, hard, almost impossible. I do not mean to be discourteous. Ernestine, come in. John, did you meet him? I did, and I believed in him. Did you go away? No, I stayed a long time. Did you go to another country to earn your own living? I did not. I stayed here for some time. I am going away. I have finished everything. I will expect a selection. I have dreams of women. Do dream of me. I will come to see weather. I understand what they mean by dirty weather. It's the color. Act so that you will be spared the necessity of deceiving anyone. I do. I will. Scene 2. They were willing to have table and bed linen and neglect dressing. They were willing to have excellent eating. They did not care about coffee. Sarah. Wood is not to be neglected. I will attend to everything. If he hasn't them, send us his name. What do we do with methods and respect? Methods and respect serve us for imitation. We imitate pronunciation. Mexico. Henry Irving. Neglect me and believe me and caress me. Say I am careful. Believe in punishments. Search for many. Many men are necessary. We are necessary. We mean more, and we have faithful truths. Mexico. I was so pleased. Act 2. A grand opening and many boats. I liked them with white sails. I liked them to use better coal. Appreciations. Mrs. Gilbert. I understand Welsh. So do I. Mrs. Hendry. I have never been married. I have. Mexico. Mexico is prettily pronounced in Spanish. Pronounce it for me. Yes, I will. Say it prettily. Mexico. There are many ways of winning a lottery. Newspaper notoriety, a grocery store, a butcher shop, a silk seller, embroidery, clothes, muffs, and corduroy. This is the way we win. We refuse to go to theater, not because we don't like it, but because we'd rather go to Penfolds. Penfolds have not a pleasant house. We are going there for tea tomorrow. Mrs. Gilbert. She has remarkable lace. She teaches English. We have chosen a handkerchief. William Gilbert. He is very young. He has been here altogether. He is not older than Alan. How old is Alan? I don't know. I think he is 17. Fairly reorganized. They are loading from one boat into another. I have my foot. Genevieve. I do not mean to know her. Yes, you do. I mean I have not met her. Well, that's possible. Madeleine. My name is Victoria. Yes, the captain told me. We do not address him. He speaks English. Yes, of course he does. Why, of course we do. We are going to begin. Listen to one another. We are all together. This is a song. Mrs. Childs. I am decided we must not expose ourselves to the cold. Thank you very much. Act 3. Now let us understand each other. We have more time than we had. Let us begin now. A cab stand. Who is restless? We all are not. We are not willing to go. Very well. Do not go. If there are many of you, I will ask another. He agreed to go. He was very pleased. I knew he would be content. It was a mistake. We should not have come at that hour. We have to come when we can. Quite right. This is the right city of Mexico, or street of Mexico, street of Mexico. Scene 2. Mark Gilbert. Yes, sir. It's only a habit. What is only a habit? To read the autobiography of Edward Lincoln. Who is he? He is the man that recognized the principle of two ships. Which two? The Bolton and the Meadow. Are they both here? They are. What are they doing? They are taking off cargo. They are removing it from one ship to the other. They are. Genevieve. I saw a wedding today. The bride was dressed in black. Her veil was black. That is because she was a widow. Oh, is that so? What is the custom in your country? In my country, they always wear white veils. Even widows? Yes, but unless you are rich, you have a black dress. Yes, that is more economical and useful. Yes, certainly, at 12 o'clock. The 5th and 6th and 7th of January. Fair, fat, and 120. I was right. Mark Gilbert. I am free on Wednesday. With whom do you talk? I can do that easily. Of course you can. We wish to compliment you. I am pleased to hear it. Scene 3. A play. Mexico. This evening he mentioned that they were neglected and that they were easily disturbed. I can understand that. Mark Gilbert. Do you know Bird? No, I do not. That is to say, I have met him and knew about him. He is very interesting. A Little Mexico. Do say. What? When you have your teeth fixed, you use rubber. Do you? Yes, all the dentists do. How do you manage it? Very easily. And very successfully, yes, indeed. We have been singularly fortunate with electricity. It was only in the beginning that we were afraid of thunderstorms. A little kindness. We do not wish to invite them. When they come, they ask pleasant questions. Who is a watcher? We are. In that case, do not forget the clock, and a note, and a drawing, and you had better leave me some writing. Do you mean to do? No. Very well, then. Flowers are pretty, so are fruits, so are meats, so are sugars, so are cheeses. I like a joke about cheese. Gilbert Ferdinand. Why do you make a noise? Because we are isolated. Have you not a watchman? Certainly, sir. Scene 4. Act 4. First, second, third, and fourth bird. Do you like it? All the time. There is no use asking me that. We never expected to ask anyone for flowers. That is perfectly natural. Of course it's perfectly natural. When you settle with him. Do you care to do it? You care to do it if you are visited. Everybody is visited on an island. Ermine. What is influence? Influence is the pleasure some have in reminding us of villages. Herbert. Are villages near a city? Not if you use the word correctly. Villages are the country. To go to a village is to leave a city. Augustine. Is that her name? It is. Why does she speak of her employer? Because she is a servant and cooks. Does she cook well? Very well. Mr. Standish. What do you say? You are pleased with the weather? Yes, I am pleased with the weather. Scene 5. We were agreed that we would not be angry. Mr. Murchison. How often have I been mistaken? You were mistaken about the length of time that foreigners would stay on the island. Yes, indeed, I was. And can anybody be obedient? Yes, it is not difficult. Were we mistaken about the president? Yes, we were, in a fashion of speaking. How did we know? By becoming aware of some facts with which we had not been acquainted. Yes, that is correct. We do not need to be careful. No, indeed. Mrs. Giles. Why do you not state the difference between steps and road? I have often. What is it then? The difference between steps and road is that one is disagreeable and the other isn't. Certainly. We have often noticed it. Now we avoid the steps. So do we. Yes, I find it is the common practice. The steps are steep. So is the road. Indeed it is. Why are you late? I am not very late. No, you are not very late. We have often met before. Indeed we have. Henrietta Fountain. Dear me, have you been here before? Yes, and seen the almonds in flower. Yes, certainly every day. Yes, indeed, and with great pleasure. Yes, and some pleasure in exercise. Yes, in exercise and variety. Yes, in that continually. Yes, in that very much. Did you happen to hear of the city of Georgia? I did not know there existed a city of that name. I had reference to a steamer. Then I can certainly agree with you. I hoped you could. It will be a pleasure to meet again. Act 5. Scene 6. A great many plays are better than another. Gilbert. Come in. Henry. Do come in. Francis. A great many people come in. Philip. Do a great many people come in? Sebastian. Yes, indeed. James Morey. Do I have to give permission to everybody? You have to give permission to everyone you think responsible. Do I have to choose? You had better be careful whom you choose. I will be very careful. We are all very careful. Scene 7. A great many houses are standing, and some boats. A great many boats. Yes, a great many boats have not been lost. Yes, a great many boats are useful. Do you hear them? I hear about them. So do we. Scene 8. It is not necessary to have a saint. Why not? Nobody can answer. Some do. What do they answer? They say that they expect repetition. Some roses which are here look like winter roses. That only means that they are bought Sunday instead of Friday. That only means that they are bought Sunday instead of Friday. Act 5. Scene 9. Did you mean to be astonished? The servant. Did she mean to be astonished? What is Peru? A republic. What is engraving? Commercial. What is it likely to lead to? A competence. Who enjoys food? A nervous person. A mother. No, not a mother. A wife. Yes, a wife. When do they meet very well? When they believe in what they have in their house. Was it all made by them? Not the things they bought. No, certainly not. Mr. Morton. How do you do, Mr. Morton? The whole family. How can you walk about the country? Quite easily if you don't mind hills. One gets accustomed to it. Why is there a difference between South America and North America? There is no difference. He meant to go there. After all, he was very pleased. Certainly he was, and the results were good. Excellent. Mr. Clement. He went away. Did he? Yes, and I need a dry climate. Do you? I am very well content where I am. And do you mean to stay? No, I think not. But you did like Peru very much. Mexico. Part 2. Loud voices heard by me. Did we come back? All the time that we were saying clouds, moon, they were feasting, rice and everything. Mr. Gentian. What are the rest? I don't know. There are plenty of early dates. Do dates grow in Mexico? They do somewhere. Not the edible kind. No, not the edible kind. Mr. Hawthorne. What are the changes? There are very many of them in some states. Do you see that? You mean the house? Yes, I mean that house there. Yes, I see it very well. In the midst of plenty of separation, there is always someone having lawns. Do you like lawns? Of course I do. There is plenty of time. In that case, let us go quietly. Yes, we will go to see one another. Another. Not that today. By this time we are very weak. Strict. Yes, strict. There are a great many calls. Yes, there are, for that matter. Many of us have places. There are said to be 5,000 oats eaten daily. Yes, there. We have no occasion to admit phrases. We do not admit that thing. Why not? because we have a feeling. Do be told about a fire. Scene 2. Change again. We do not change again. Easily careful. Say the words. Easily careful today. Martha, come in. All the time of Merchant Marine is taken up with wood, a great deal of wood, and then there is no dissatisfaction, none at all. Pearl, what did you say? The time to suggest winter is when you are very happy. Winter is so pleasant. I understand advertisements all the time. Scene 3. That's a very good scene. Yes, sir. If you want to be respectable, address me as sir. I am very fond of yes, sir. Mildred. Mildred is your name, isn't it? I do not mind anything very much. Millicent, Millicent is your name, is it not? Yes. I do not wish to make anything too short. I will make it as long as you wish. Will you? Yes. Dear, you are so kind. Kind, you don't like that kind. Yes, I do. Horace. Have you ever heard of Fernville? Yes, indeed, it is in the country. West of Edith. Yes. Oh, yes. There was a resemblance, wasn't there? Yes, indeed, there was. Many flowers. Are there many flowers? We have a great many. Act 2. Tall boys are 14 or 16. We saw that, and it was not a mistake to connect them with feeling pairs, so that they might know that they could answer very well. They were perfectly satisfactory. Millicent, Millicent Foster. I do believe I find Captain Foster more interesting. There is no mistake to be made. Attacks are spoken of and well spoken of, and hesitation is not blamable. No one can say that Catholics are proud. I do not wish to discuss the matter here. Miss Millicent Wynne. Why do you sell your name so? I do not. Of course you do. You mean to. You ask everyone about a train. We were ashamed about the train. Were you? Yes, we had reason to be. I can understand. You can understand everything. A Spanish lesson. Begin now. By leaving the room. No, by mentioning why you have been hesitating. I have not been hesitating, and besides, I wish to learn English. Do you? Yes. To read? To read. But you read very well. This cannot be said. You mean we admire you? You can do so. Were they ashamed of their water? Nobody has any water. This is what they told us. Mexico. Scene 2. Mexico Tidewater. I meant not to spell it so. Mexico Tidewater. Mexico border. I love the letters M and O. Mr. Gilbert. I do not know that child. He speaks to you. Yes, he does. And what does he say? He asks me what I bequeath to the English. Does he? Mrs. Nettie's silk. Have a good time. We will. When you say that, you pass this way. You do naturally. Why don't you return my books? Do you want them? Not just at present. You can lend them. All of them? Yes, all of them. Thank you so much. Mrs. William Lane. We found that house. Yes, and we have been accepted. For what? For always. Oh, you don't mean to say you won't change your mind? William will. So he will. Yes, sir. The rest of the day. He wrote about it. Do you believe him? I do. Very well. Very well. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference. Do remember it anyway. Yes, I will. Can I trust you? Yes, madame. We will go away. There is a way. I know the way. I know that way. Yes, I know that way anyway. Don't mean it. You don't mean it. Yes, sir. Scene 3. What's the matter? Bouncing barley, I learn it quickly. All about cornmeal. This was so curious, we thought she had added an egg. Herbert Gilbert. This is the name. We are pleased with everything. We like birds and curves, and I do not mind saying that we like presents. We are so disappointed. About what? About the iron, of course. Mrs. Henry, do come to see me at my hotel. I don't think we will. Good night. The light did come up. At midnight. No, a little after. We thought it was not difficult. A little more difficult. John Bede. I made a mistake. Harry Shirley. Leaves and leaves of grass and trees. Oh, yes. Scene 4. Is this the way to begin? Another page. Does she hear me? Does she hear you what? Turn the page. Not if you don't do it. Oh, yes. Alphonse Nestor. What's his name? Didn't you hear it? It came everywhere. So it did. A great many people were blamed. A great many people were blamed. Robert Nestor. I have heard of him. Of course you have. Be careful. Be very careful. There is no danger. There is no danger. Not to me. Not for me. Oh, yes. Say it. I've said it. We can say it. Yes. Tell the young king not to bother. What do you mean by young king? I mean that I am willing. To do what? To say everything. He should not have told him. Well, he told Mr. Dew. Did he? Of course he did. I say stop and think. I say that. No, I don't change it. Do you like repetition? Yes, I like repetition. Act 3. Don't please me with Mexico. Mr. and Mrs. Bing. They had a book. Yes, miss. Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert. I mentioned that name. Of course you do. Of course you do to me. Don't cry. Scene 2. This is the end of the day. Tomorrow we will leave early. We meet everybody, some all well fed. Will we be? Well, I guess yes. It's foolish to be so abstemious. Are they really? I haven't noticed it. Mexico. When you come to choose dishes, you should remember that they cure the ham themselves. That is, smoke it. Oh, yes. So you should be careful in cooking the fat. You mean on the island. She was right. Not about the whole. She knows nothing. Well, then ask her about wood. In their country, they celebrate Sunday. God bless us. I say God bless us all day and all night, too. Do not mention it to me. When this you see, remember me. Scene 3. I wonder if there is a mistake. Horace Lewis, I can't imagine such a name. Horace. It is my name. A great many people are there. Who says it? The woods, the poor man's overcoat. We can pronounce everything. An old man works harder to be eating than a rich man. Come to me, mother. Don Jose, have you sold the dog? Not at all. I gave it away. Don Jose, where is your dog? It is in the town. Don Nicolai, how do you pronounce my name? So as to go with sow. That means to sit down. That means a pig. Not in this country. Donna Pilar. Is that cheese? Yes, it's very good cheese. How do you prepare it? With cognac. You mean brandy? One might not call it wine. Mrs. Gilbert, I will not insult them again. Why? On account of the lunch they gave you? No. Do you know Mr. Bell? Mr. Henry Bell. No, Mr. Paul Colesbell. Oh, yes, he teaches English. Certainly he does. I would like to teach Spanish. So would I. Don Miguel, I believe in a man and wife. So do I. And in many children, and in a new post office. We have no opinion about that. Act 4. Do please me. And the sunshine. Tomorrow. We hope so. We have every reason to expect it. But we may be disappointed. Peggy Chambers. She went away. Did she go away? She deceived him. How? She was not educated. You mean not well educated. She was not educated to travel. Does it take an education to travel? It does if you wish to take part in the conversation. Bird never took part in the conversation. You are greatly mistaken. Mark Baldwin. What is your name? Australia. Did you mention Australia? Oh, yes, you mentioned Australia. We believe in Mexico. Scene 2. Mexico. Come to see me in Mexico. I don't believe in waiting and eating. That's what we said. Mark Gilbert. How often I have mentioned his name. Lindo Bell. I have not mentioned his name before. Oh, yes, you have. Charles Payel. This is a name we all know. My pen is poor, my ink is pale, my hand shakes like a little dog's tail. Dorothy Palmer. Where is Ibiza? Frank Jenny. I do not believe that he is home. At home. Yes, at his home. I do not believe that he's out. Mark Gilbert. He is a young man. We know 3 on the island. Mark, Alan, and their mother. That is not what I meant when I said that she looked American. Scene 3. I don't quite understand what I have done. Wintering and rain, it is not raining. It rains every day. Oh, yes, it makes the wood wet. We prefer it so. Thank you. You will come to lunch. At what hour? 1 o'clock. John Russell. If there is a Majorcan name, if Majorca gave the missionary who converted the California settlers, if the Majorcans have a little town of their own near New York, then we will believe in Spanish influence in Mexico. The Spaniards are not liked in Mexico. John and Maria Serra. Foundations. The middle of the day. Why do you not come in the daytime? You mean to listen. No, I don't mean to listen. This is very well said. Dorothy Palmer, come in and rest. We are coming in. A great deal. A great many mistakes. Maria Serra. I understand you wish to show me what you have. Yes. Will you come tomorrow? Tomorrow would suit me better. Or today. Today would suit me. Would you be disappointed if Fernando Oro only sang twice? Of course not. You mean you would be willing to change your mind? Of course. Yes, that's it. Of course. A great many people are there, and they do not mean to say anything. You mean praiseworthy? Yes, be glad to meet me. Yes, a diamond. All the way to come. Home. Scene 4. Mexico begins here. You relieve here. Here we have starfish. You mean little ones? Yes, little ones. Mark Gilbert. I wish to tell you about mines. Yes. Or would you prefer to hear there were meteors? I would surely prefer to hear there were meteors. Anyone can refer to it, so they can. In the meantime, the wind this evening is not nearly in that locality. Do you think one can say that? No, perhaps not. Mrs. Penfold sees no one. Act 5. The act of coming is pitiful. Butter is pitiful. All of it is enough. She said it is pleasanter now when there is enough so that there can be a change. Mr. and Mrs. Leland Paul. Do you know that name? Do you know being called Mr. Paul? Do you hear me telling you that a great many people hear opera? A great many soldiers in the streets. This means that there is wood to prevent traffic. Not plenty of wood, oh no. Dear Mrs. Amos, I let her this be because it is very dangerous. A great many dogs are very dangerous too. Do you mind? Lily, do you mind? Yes, I do mind. Scene 2. John Quilly. Do you recollect him? You mean the color or the effect? Why, yes, of course, they were beautiful. So they were. Will we get some more Tuesday? I rather guess yes. A great many? As many as we can. All of that one kind? Yes. Scene 3. Neglected. Who has neglected Chinese lilies? Nobody has. They grow so profusely that there is no necessity to cultivate them. But the season is so short. Yes, but the wild ones have a finer quality than the others. Scene 6. I said that we were delighted. If they were blue flowers and grew where chalk is, they would be blue. Clay makes them dark. Stones make them purple and blue. This is the color described by the time. We were not disappointed. Indeed, no. John Quilly, why do you rest? We were so disappointed in the electricity. Of course, it was not our fault. John Quilly, John Quilly, John Quilly, my baby is prettier than ever John Quillys are. So they selected to do it in 2 hours. I can do it in 1 hour. I have known it to be done in 5 hours and a half. Scene 5. Have you been relieved? I should not have mentioned it in the other book. Oh, it doesn't make any difference. You mean it doesn't matter? Yes, that is what I wished to say. You have said you believe in delay. Everybody believes in delay. Don't annoy me. Act 6, Scene 1. This is the end. Do you remember the 6th act? I do. It always interested me. Millie, I thought so. You mean you thought of a collection? Mrs. Penfold, Mr. Penfold, Mr. Lindo Howard. I will not be able to be well. I will explain to Harold. This is what he said. Mexico is never a disappointment. Goats. Goats are Western. You mean in excuses? No, of course not in feathering. I do not use that word. I was so pleased with Mr. and Mrs. Penfold's voices before today. You mean that as a question? Tito Ruffo. Tito Ruffo, yes. Scene 2. Tito Ruffo, no. That's the way they say it. They said I like to be separated. Do you really mean that? Really and truly. Mr. Crowell, how do you pronounce it? We call it well. Do you mean to say that that is the way you pronounce it? Yes. Are you surprised? Of course I am surprised. Do you never read the papers? Not in the morning or evening. You mean on account of bad news? No, I like flags. Scene 3. All right, Mexico. We did not call for Pepe. This is short for Joseph. We did not call Pablo. We did not call Pepe. We did not have the pleasure of hearing Rigoletto. King William, are you pleased with everything? Certainly I am. The news is good. Marcel Helen, how do you do? I have been in a bombardment. So you have. And were you evacuated? We did not leave our village. We asked the consul to tell us what he thought. He said that there was nothing to fear. Nothing at all? So he said. Very well today. Oh yes, the wind. Scene 4. I do not make a mistake. Oh yes, indeed. My mother. You mean your mother? I mean to say that I think the government should send her to her home. We will see. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 44. A family of perhaps 3. When they were younger, there may have been 3 of them sisters and a mother. When they were younger, there may have been 3 of them, one of them a brother and a mother. When they were younger, there were certainly 2 of them, sisters and a mother. There was not then any father. There may have been a father living, but certainly he was not then living with them. Anyway, there were when they were younger 2 of them, 2 sisters and a mother. Perhaps the sister who was older then supported her sister and her mother. Perhaps she earned a living then for all of them. She was much older than her sister, enough older so that she could be quite certain that all her living her sister was much younger, that all her living her sister was a young one, that all her living she was earning her living, that all her living her sister was not earning her living. The sister, the younger one, was earning her living, and certainly then the older one, the one who was much older than her sister, who was much younger, was certain that the younger one would have been earning her living all her living, if she had been one commencing to earn her living. The younger was earning her living. She was not listening then to the story which was distressing of the older sister, then almost not earning any living. She would listen sometime to this thing, but certainly she would not listen then to this thing. The older sister had not then any longer any mother. The younger sister then had not then any longer any mother. The older sister then had not then any longer any mother. The younger sister was not then hearing about this thing, about the older sister having then not any longer any mother. Not any one then was listening to this thing, to the older sister, not then having any longer any mother. The older sister was then quite an old person. The younger sister was then not a young person. The younger sister was not then hearing anything about this thing, about the older sister having then not any longer any mother. They were then being living, and very many knew them then. 2 of them, they were sisters. One was older, much older. The other was younger, some younger. They were living together then. The older was then earning some living. The younger was then sometimes hearing this thing. The younger was then not such a young one. She was quite completely hearing this thing, hearing that the older was almost earning a living. They were both living then. The younger was hearing then that the older one was almost earning a living. The younger was not listening any more then. The older one was not earning any more of a living then. The younger one was almost not listening then. The younger then earned her living. She was not at all a young one. The older one was not a very old person then. She was an old person then. She was almost not earning a living then. The younger one was not listening then to anything about any such thing then. She was not listening then, and certainly the older one was not listening then, and certainly neither of them was listening then. The older was almost not earning a living then, and she was quite old then, and she was not listening then. The younger one was earning a living then, and was not listening then, and she was not at all a young one then. The older one was protecting the younger one from knowing where they had been when they were young ones. They both knew where they had been when they were young ones. The younger one was protected for this thing, for not knowing where they had been when they were young ones. The younger one was protected. She was protected from knowing that they were ones having been living when they were young ones. She was protected from knowing that they were not ever completely earning a living. She was protected from knowing that they were not going to be succeeding in earning a living. She was protected from these things. Really, she was protected from these things. Certainly everyone knew everything, both of them, and everyone knowing them knew everything. That was a natural thing, that everyone should know everything. In a way, they were succeeding in living. In a way, the older one was succeeding in living. In a way, the younger one was succeeding in living. Everybody knew everything. Anybody knowing them knew everything. Everybody knowing them knew it again and again, knew everything again and again. The older one knew everything, knew it again and again. The younger one knew everything, knew it again and again. Certainly everyone knew everything. Certainly everyone knew everything again and again. The older one succeeded very well in living. The younger one succeeded very well in living. The older one was successful in being living. The younger one was successful in being living. The older one came to be certain that she was not successful in being living, that she was not succeeding in living. She came to be certain that the younger one would have been successful in living if the older one had not been one protecting the younger one from knowing this thing. The older one came to be certain that she had been successful in living, that she would not be succeeding in living. The older one came to be certain that the younger one would not really be succeeding in living. The younger one came to be certain that the older one could have been succeeding in living. The younger one came to be certain that the older one would not be succeeding in living. The younger one came to be certain that she could be succeeding in living. The younger one came to be certain that it would not be an easy thing to keep on being succeeding in living. The younger came to be certain that the older one never had been keeping on succeeding in living. The younger one was certain that one could keep on succeeding in living, but that this was not an easy thing. The older sister was not ever married. The younger sister was not ever married. This is quite common, not being married. The older sister was one whom some were certain could have been married very often. Certainly, if she had been a little different, she might have been married again and again. Certainly, she was never married. Certainly, she was not needing that thing, needing being married again and again. She certainly was talking about any such thing, talking very often about any such thing, about any being married again and again. She certainly was one knowing very many men. Certainly, very many men liked this woman. Certainly, she was talking about this thing, about being married very often. Certainly, she was very often talking about this thing. Certainly, she was not ever completely needing this thing, needing marrying. She certainly was not ever completely needing marrying again and again. She was never a married one. She was not ever completely needing this thing. Certainly, she could think again and again of this thing, of marrying. She certainly did think about this thing, about marrying. She certainly did talk about marrying again and again. She certainly did feel something about this thing, about marrying again and again. The younger sister was never married, and she might some time have come to be married, and she did not come at any time to be married. She was never married. She might talk about this thing, about marrying. She might feel something about this thing, about marrying. She might completely need this thing, need being married. She might have come to be a married one. She did not come to be a married one. Her sister was not ever certain that she would come to be a married one, that she would not come to be a married one. Her sister was not certain about either of them, that they would never come to be married ones. They were never married, neither the one nor the other, and certainly each one of them knew this thing, that neither one of them had come to be a married one. Certainly the older one had done something, and certainly every one was content to tell about this thing, about her having done something, and being one, every one knowing her was remembering as having been one doing something. She certainly had done something, and certainly any one knowing her remembered that thing, remembered that she was one having done something. She was one going on doing that thing, and certainly everyone knowing her knew that thing, knew that she was going on doing that thing. She was one having done something and doing that thing, and certainly anyone knowing her remembered that thing. It was a natural thing to remember that thing. Anyone, everyone remembered that thing. She was one doing something, and certainly in a way she was not getting old in doing that thing, and certainly in a way she was completely old in doing that thing. She was not doing that thing, she was so old in doing that thing. In a way she was not old in doing that thing, in doing anything, and certainly then she was completely old, and not really to anyone doing that thing. She was not old in doing that thing, that is to say, she was doing that thing. That is to say, if not anything had been changing, she would not have been old in doing that thing. In a way, some things are not changing, and so in a way she was not old in doing that thing. Certainly to those being then doing that thing and not being old, then anything is a changed thing, and certainly then she was old in doing that thing. She was not old in being living, that is to say, as not anything is changing, she was completely not old in being living. She was pretty nearly old in being living, that is to say, she was not young in being living, that is to say, some were old in being living, and she was talking to them, and they were understanding, and some were young in being living, and they were telling something, and she was certain they were not telling any such thing. She certainly was not old in being living. She certainly was not young in being living. The younger one was certainly not an old one. She certainly was not such a young one. In a way, she was certainly a young one, and certainly she was such a one in not hearing some things, and in telling some things, and certainly this did not astonish anyone, and was a natural thing, and certainly she was not then a young one. She was an older one, and she was certain of this thing, and this was not an astonishing thing to anyone, and not to her sister, who was not astonished at her being a younger one, at her being an older one, but was certainly hoping to have had this thing happening, that the younger one would have been going on being a younger one, and being an older one, and not be remembering anything of any such thing. Certainly the younger one came to be one almost liking to be remembering something, and then again she certainly came to be quite tired of doing this thing of remembering anything, of remembering being an older one, and remembering being a younger one, and then she came to going on being one remembering being an older one. She was then remembering being a younger one. Certainly she came to be remembering pretty nearly everything, and to going on in this thing. Keeping going on in this thing, steadily enough going on in this thing. They could, both of them, they did, both of them, they would, either of them, know that they were ones having been together, and they were ones having been alone. The older one certainly was one having been alone, being alone, going to be alone. And certainly this thing was something that she was certain she was completely needing, was something she was certain she was completely regretting, was something that certainly she was one certain she could be feeling, and certainly she was feeling this thing, and certainly she would be one having been feeling this thing, and certainly she could never be not feeling that this was something that was a thing she was needing, she was regretting, in which she was suffering, in which she was glorying, in which she was believing, in which she was despairing, in which and by which she was really being living. The younger one was alone and not feeling about this thing that it was an important thing. She was feeling about this thing that it was a thing that she was needing to be changing. The older one was quite certain that the younger would never be changing anything. The younger one was not certain whether she would or whether she would not be changing anything. But this was not to be an important thing. The important thing for her was to be one living where she wanted to be living, and to be working if she needed to be working. Certainly her sister was one to whom any such thing was an important thing, and so the younger one did not tell her sister anything about this thing until she had changed everything. that is, gone to where she wanted to, and working because she had to. So each of them were one's being not living with anyone, and certainly the older one had that then as an important thing in being one being living. Certainly any one could know that having been being living was an interesting thing in knowing the older one. Any one could know this thing, could know that the older one had been one being living, and that was an interesting thing. She certainly had been one being living, and that certainly was an interesting thing. She had been being living, and this had been going on a very long time, and it was all that time, and later, then, a very interesting thing. She was being living, and this was then to her, then an important thing, and not then so completely interesting. The younger one had been being living, and this was to some an important enough thing, and was to some quite an important thing, and was not to any one a very interesting thing, not to the older one either, or to the other one herself who was one doing that living. They certainly had been both being living, and were then being living. Certainly having been being living was an important thing, was a completely interesting thing. Any one could know that thing. Certainly the older one could know that thing. Certainly the younger one was not remembering that thing. They had been together, they were not together. When they had been together, the older one was almost completely succeeding in being one, naturally needing that the younger one was something any one would be protecting. The older one was then going to be one being completely interesting in having been living. The older one was then almost completely, brilliantly this thing being one being completely interesting in having been living. The older one was completely then succeeding in this thing in being one going to be interesting in having been living, in being one needing that any one would have been protecting the younger one. They had been together. They were together. When they were together, the older one was almost needing that any one would be certain to be doing that thing, certain to be some time protecting the younger one. The older one was then certainly completely interesting in having been living, and certainly then was completely interesting. She was almost brilliantly succeeding in this thing in being completely interesting in having been living. Certainly they were both being living then, and they were together then. Certainly then the older one was going on in being interesting in having been living. She certainly was then quite completely interesting. She certainly then was being living, and certainly then she was almost certain that any one would be one to protect the younger one. They were together then, and certainly some were not certain of this thing, that any one would sometime protect the younger one. They were together then, and everyone was certain that the older one was completely interesting in having been living. They were together then, and some were not certain that the older one was certain that any one would be protecting the younger one. Some were certain then that the older one was interesting in having been living. They were together then, and any one could be certain that not every one would ever protect the younger one when the younger one would be needing any protection. Some were certain that the older one was not certain that any one would protect the younger one when the younger one would need protection. The older was almost certain that someone would protect the younger one when the younger one would need protection. The older one was almost quite certain. The older one was almost quite completely interesting in having been one being living. They were together. They were not together. The older one was certain that someone would have been protecting the younger one when the younger one would be needing protection. The older one was certain that sometime the younger one would be needing that thing, would be needing protection. The younger one was not with the older one. The younger one was remembering that she was not with the older one. The younger one was remembering that she was not with the older one, and was needing that the older one would be one coming sometime to remembering that thing. The older one was pretty nearly interesting in having been one being living. She was pretty nearly certain that someone would have been protecting the younger one when the younger one would have been needing that thing. They were not together then. The older one was pretty nearly interesting in having been one being living. She was quite certain that any one could have protected the younger one when the younger one would have needed that thing. She was almost remembering that they were not together then. She was almost quite remembering that thing. She was quite interesting in having been one being living. She was almost quite interesting in having been living. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 45. Advertisements. I was winsome, dishonored, and a kingdom. I was not a republic. I was an island and land. I was early to bed. I was a character sodden agreeable, perfectly constrained and not artificial. I was relieved by contact. I said good morning, good evening, hour by hour. I said one had power. I said I was frequently troubled. I can be fanciful. They have liberal ideas. They have dislikes. I dread smoke. Where are there many children? Where are there many children? We have an account. We count Daisy. Daisy is a daughter. Her name is Antonia. She is pleased to say, "What will you have?" Horns and horns. Nicholas is not a stranger. Neither is Monica. No one is a stranger. We refuse to greet anyone. We like Genevieve to satisfy us. I do not like what I am saying. How can you describe a trip? It is so boastful. He said definitely that they would. They have. It's a little late. I hope the other things will be as he states them. I have confidence. I have not eaten peaches. Yes, I have. I apologize. I did not want to say the other word that was red. You know what I mean. What can I read it if I know page to page what is coming, if I have not read it before? Why can I read it? I do. I didn't. Let me see. I wish to tell about the door. The door opens before the kitchen. The kitchen is closed. The other door is open, and that makes a draught. This is very pleasant in summer. We did not expect the weather to change so suddenly. There seem to be more mosquitoes than ever. I don't understand why I like narrative so much to read. I do like it. I see no necessity for disclosing particularity. I am mightily disturbed by a name such as an English home. An English home is beautiful. So are the times. A dog does not bark when he hears other dogs bark. He sleeps carefully. He does not know about it. I am not pained. This is the narrative. In watching a balloon, a kite, a boat, steps and watches, any kind of a call is remarkable, remarkably attuned. A resemblance to Lloyd George, bequeathing prayers, saying there is no hope, having a French meeting. Jenny said that she did not believe in her country. Anyone who does not believe in her country speaks the truth. How dare you hurt the other with canes? I hope he killed him. Read it. I believe Bulgaria. I have pledges. I have relief. I am not patient. I am interested in that table. I like washing gates with a mixture. We get it by bringing up melons. White melons have a delicious flavor. I am not patient. I get angry at a dog. I do not wish to hear a noise. I did not mind the noise which the client made. I wished to see the pearls. How easily we ask for what we are going to have. By this we are pleased and excited. The hope there is that we will hear the news. We are all elated. Did you see her reading the paper? I cannot help wanting to write a story. A woman who had children and called them, making them hear singing, is a match for the man who has one child and does not tell him to play there with children. Heaps of them are gambling. They tell about stitches. Stitches are easily made in hot weather and vegetation. Tuberoses are famous. I could be so pleased. It would please me if Van would mention it. Why is an index dear to him? He has thousands of gesticulations. He can breathe. White and be a Briton. This means a woman from the north of France. They are very religious. They say blue is not a watercolor. It should be a bay. We are pleased with her. She washes her hair very often. Do not tremble. If she had an institution, it is the one excluding her mother. Her native land is not beautiful. She likes the poet to mutter. He does. The olive. We had that impression. Do speak. Have they been able to arrange matters with the proprietor? I will not please play. I will adorn the station. It is extraordinarily comfortable seats. To open. Not too long for leading, not opening his mouth and sitting. Not bequeathing butter. Butter comes from Brittany. In the summer it smells rancid. We do not like it. We have ceased use of it. We find that oil does as well. We can mix oil with butter, but we have lard. We use lard altogether. We prefer it to butter. We use the butter in winter. We have not been using it before the winter. We mix lard and oil. We will use butter. Do let us be faithful and true. I do not wish to see Harry. I do not wish to see Harry Brackett. I do not wish to see Harry Brackett. A grape cure. What did we have for dinner? We had a melon, lobster, chicken, then beet salad and fruit. How can you tell a melon? You tell it by weight and pressing it. You do not make mistakes. We are pleased with it. Do we like a large dog? Not at all. Battle. Battle Creek. I was wet. All the doors showed light. It is strange how Brittany is not attractive as Majorca, and yet butter does make a difference. We are perfect creatures. What is a festival? Saturday to some, not to be dishonored. Not to be tall and dishonored, they usually aren't, but some are tall and dishonored. By this I mean that coming down the mountain faces, which are shining, are reflecting the waving of the boat which is there now. I distrust everybody. Do sleep well. Everywhere there is a cat. We will leave by boat. I am not pleased with this. I will get so that I can write a story. Fastening tuberoses. I understand perfectly well how to fix an electric fan. Of course it makes sparks, but when the two black pieces that do not come together are used up, you get this. I do it without any bother. I'm not certain I could learn it. It is not difficult. We do not find that it does away with mosquitoes. We use it in the night. Sundays there is no electricity. They do it better than I do. I can be irritated. I hate lizards when you call them crocodile. She screamed. I do not know why I am irritated. It is a natural thing. Do not do that again. I do not like it. Please give it away. We will not take it to Paris. I do not want the gas stove. It has a round oven. It does not bake. We use coal by preference. It is very difficult not to bathe in rainwater. Rainwater is so delicious. It is boiled. We boil it. Loud letters. Look up and not down. Look right and not left. And lend a hand. We were so pleased with the Majorcans and the wind and the party. They were so good to offer us ice cream. They do not know the French names. Isn't it peculiar that those that fear a thunderstorm are willing to drink water again and again, boiled water, because it is healthy? All the water is in cisterns rainwater. There are no vegetables, that is to say, no peas. There are plenty of beets. I like them so much. So do I melons. I was so glad that this evening William came and ate some. He would not go back as if it hadn't been good. Pleasures and sincere wishes. I wish you to enjoy these cigarettes. They are a change from those others. I understand that you had some very good ones. You are not able to get these any more. I have tried to get them. They tell me that they cannot say when they will come. They do not know that about them. We sleep easily. We are awakened by the same noise. It is so disagreeable. An exhibition. I do not quite succeed in making an exhibition. Please place me where there is air. I like to be free. I like to be sure that the dogs will not be worried. I don't see how they can avoid crickets. They come in. They are so bothersome. We must ask Polive to wish. The boat. I was so disappointed in the boat. It was larger than the other. It did not have more accommodation. It made the noise which was disagreeable. I feel that I would have been willing to say that I liked it very well if I had not seen it when it was painted. It is well never to deceive me. Threadneedle Street. I am going to conquer. I am going to be flourishing. I am going to be industrious. Please forgive me everything. Present. This is a ceremonial. When you are bashful, you do not think. When a present is offered, you accept it. You accept the bracelet worn by the nun so that it rusted. You do not know what to do with it. You describe its qualities. It is a pleasure to have it. You will give it. You are steadily tender. You say the beginning is best. Why do you say Englishman? You say Englishman because he wished it. Do not hurry. Evian water. Evian water is very good. Sometimes I am not sure it is put up by them, at least now, when there is a war. I say it is fresh. When I do not like a bottle, I throw it away. I throw the water away. End of section 45. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 46 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 46. Pink Melon Joy. My dear, what is meat? I certainly regret visiting. My dear, what does it matter? Leaning. Maintaining checkers. I left a leaf and I meant it. Splintering and hams, I caught a cold. Bessie, they are dirty. Not polite, not steel. Not fireless, not bewildered, not a present. Why do I give old boats? Teresa, exchange in bicycles. It happened that in the aggregate, and they did not hear then, it happened in the aggregate that they were alone. It is funny, when examples are borrowing and little pleasures are seeking after not exactly a box, then comes the time for drilling. Left, or left. Not up. Really, believe me, it is sheltered oaks that matter. It is they who are sighing, it really is. Not when I hear it. I go on. This is not a dear noise, it is so distressing. Why was he angry? Did he mean to be laughing? I was astonished besides. Oh, do go on. He was a ruffian, especially made. Why does she satisfy it? It was a beautiful hat anyway, it looked like that. Or, by the way, what was the handkerchief? Good. Now I neglected him. I made mention of an occasion. I made mention of a syllable. I mentioned that. I was reasonably considerate. I undertook nothing. Why were birds? When I decided not to look twice, I felt that all three were made of the only distinct, changeable brown. I did not mean foxes. This is why I shall not visit. Do go gladly. Do be willing. What an accident! What a horrid thought! What a decent ribbon! That is why I answered. No, please, don't be wakened. Do think it over. Do mind what I say. Do breathe when you can. Explain whites for eggs. Examine every time. Do not deceive a brother. What is perfect instigation? I go across. Instances, violences. Not any whirl, not by all means. Don't you think so? 14 days. I meant to be closeted. I should have been thin. I was aching. I saw all the rows. I do mostly think that there is politeness, all of it on leather. Not it. I shall speak of it. I so mean to be dried. In the retracting glory there is more choice. There is what was threaded. I don't mean permitting. Webster. Little reinforced Susan. Actual. Actual, believe me. I see it all. Why shouldn't I? Lizzie, make us. I believe it. Why shall I polite it? Pilot it. 11 o'clock. Pillow. I meant to say. Saturday. Not polite. Do satisfy me. This is to say that baby is all well, that baby is baby, that baby is all well, that there is a piano, that baby is all well. This is to say that baby is all well. This is to say that baby is all well. Selling. She has always said she was comfortable. Was the water hot? Hymns. Look here, let us think about hospitality. There is more said and kindness. There are words of praise. There is a wonderful salad. There can be excellent, excellent arrangements. There can be excellent arrangements. Suddenly I saw that. I rushed in. I was wise. We were right. We meant pale. We were wonderfully shattered. Why are we shattered? Only by an arrest of thought. I don't make it out. Hope there, hope not. I didn't mean it. Please do be silly. I have forgotten the height of the table. That was a good answer. I have been going on in a little while. I'm going to take it along. Lena says that there is a chance. I don't mean to deny it. That's right. I shall be very tired. I shall be extraordinarily pleased. I shall settle it all presently. Very likely. I have to look at her all the time. I never see fruit now unless I pick it in my garden. Put it in my garden. Don't put too many, because it's so much looser. All right. Oh, no, I haven't. Chalk. Great Portland Street. I'll mention it. I have resisted. I have resisted that excellently well. I have resisted that. I have resisted that excellently. Not a disappointment. I don't understand. Why hasn't she been there before? I know why. I will not have a selection again. It is too many horribly. Is it any use? I do want to meet Pearlie. Now I am forgetting I will begin. She had a jewel. She was in that set. It meant so much. I wish I had a little celebration. It meant so much. The wise presentation comes from saying north. The best one comes a little way. It comes because she wanted to try breads. Why are pansies so stringy? Why do they have heaps of resemblance? I said she was anemic. I meant to coincide. I did. Certainly. It was so. Not in Paris. Not in Paris, very likely. I do not mention that for a name. I mention it for a place. I mention it for a please do not consider me. I mention it for that. Did she mind my saying that I was disappointed? I was not in that way out in that way. I was not in that way a circumstance which counted for it. She did not meet me. She did not observe clouds. She did not say that we were in the window. She did not like it before it was mentioned. Come in. I don't mean to antagonize the present aged parent. That is a strong present leaf. Line. Line, line, line away. Line. Lining. I don't care what she mentions. It will be very funny when I don't mean to say it. I can forgive, that is to say, chopping. Not any more. Will I be surprised with Jane Singleton? I will not, if I meet her. I will say not yet. I will say that. I am determined. It is so much. Goodbye. I did do it then. Come back to me, Fanny. Oh, dear. Come back to me, Fanny. That's a picture. When I remembered how surprised I was at certain places which were nearly in the way, I cannot doubt that more accumulation is needed. I cannot doubt it. All recovering. James Death is a nice name. I am breaking down, I suppose, he said when he arrived. Forbade any communication with him. He did say when he arrived, I suppose. It was a bright, warm spring Sunday morning. This egg, for instance. She was dressed in dark blue, set off by red ribbons. Except that of custom, perhaps. If you prefer it, I will go. The only lady who had been saved. He was not hungry, and he knew that there would be nothing to eat. He was aware of a desire to eat and drink, now that it was quite impossible for him to obtain anything. Thanks, I true. Jakins thinks me a fool, I know. Sometime maybe I'll be able to prove I'm not. You're busy. His excitement was gone. With mouth and muscle. When used for male voices, substitute bless for kiss. Shall rest. Shall rest more. Shall in horror. Shall rest. Shall rest more then. This is it mentioning. Why do richness make the best heights? Why do richness make the best heights? Enough to leave him forever and to live in another country. I don't see anything any more, do I? Yes, you do. Are you pleased with them, darling? I meant to guess later. I do not please. Thanks so much. Yes. 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 Please remember that I have said I will not be patient. Please remember that which I have said. Do not put in a hot water bottle. Thanks so much. Feeling mounting. What did she do? She did not sit, she was standing. She was standing and filling with a pepper thing, and she had a collar, not on her head, but because she was shining. She was shining with gloves. This is a new destination. I never was surprised before. What is the matter with it? Nothing is the matter with it. I mean to cough. She said it was a wish. You are not angry with me? It's infamous to put a cold water bottle in a bed. It is steering. I meant to mention it, and it is astonishing that there is a sentence. Silence is southern. I will not especially engage to be sick. I will not especially engage to be sick. Why is Ellen so attractive? Willing, willing, willing. Willing, willing, I met a kind of a clock. It was deepened. I am not pleased. I am not satisfied and pleased. I am not pleased, and certainly I am not more pleased. I am so repressed, and I can state it. I can say. It was bitter. I do not like her. Fancy a miserable person. Repeat flowers. A section. Breathing. Polite. Politeness. Absolutely. Not a curl. I come to say. Winding. Place. Wheat. Or not. Come in. Splashes, splashes of jelly, splashes of jelly. Whether he was presented. I meant to stay. Easy or blocks. Do not be held by the enemy. All the time. Now line o'er them. That's an established belt or tooth. Really not. I didn't mean to bellow. I won't be a table. I regret it. I shall be very likely to be walking. I shall introduce myself fairly. I do mind it. Not again. I do say not again. I mean to be heavy. It stands up against as much as it stands up for. That's what I object to. I don't want to be unflattering to us, but I think it has been entirely forgotten. Furs. Perhaps you will. Then she wrote a very warm letter and sent these furs. Shall ill. I don't like it, and in neglecting cherishing songs I am so pleased with all, and by settling chalk I am satisfied. We are neglected immensely, not resting. Shall it be continuous, the liberty of sobriety? The dear thing, little tremors. I ask the question. With a wide piano. Come. Neglecting cherishing says, shall I mistake pleases. In mistakes there is a salutary secretion. What? I said it. Now and then. War is Saturday, and let us have peace. Peace is refreshing. Let us bear, let us be or not by that mind. Mended. Now I come to stay away. Answer. Ashoka, darling. Not eating, oh, it was so timely. Why should pictures be triumphant? Does it proclaim that 11 come across? Speak it, satisfy a man, be neat, leave off oxes, shine flies, call spoken, shouting, call it back, call it by little dotted voices. And do be sweet, remember the accoutrement. No, I will not pay away. What a system in voices, what a system in voices. I met a regular, believe me, it is not for the pleasure in it that I do it. I met a regular army. I was not certain of that, I was not certain of paper. I knew I was safe, and so he was. Shall I believe it? I can't help mentioning that I was earnest. In that way there was a reason. I can destroy wetter soaps. I can destroy wetter soaps. I do not. Leave it in there for me. Leave it in an especial place. Do not make that face. Show it by the indication. I do mean to spell. I am, believe me. Pink Melon Joy, 2. It pleases me very much. Little swimming on the water. I meant to mention pugilism. Pugilism leaning and thinking. I meant to mention pugilism and leaning and thinking, I think. I meant to mention that it was a resemblance that was not by way of exceeding the kind thought. Pugilism and leaning. I saw a door, not that exactly. I saw a lampshade, certainly that. I will not stir. Pugilism and leaning. Pugilism and leaning. The reason I mention what is happening is not by way of concealing that I have babies. I don't mean to leave so, and I shall speak in silence. What is a baby? Now I know what I say. I had loads of stationery. Not Pink Melon Joy, Pink Melon Joy, Pink Melon Joy. I had loads of stationery. Pugilism and leaning. The little keys trembling. Why do they spoil apart? They were noisy. Go to Moody's first. Go slowly and carefully and love your dearest. That's a good idea. Reconcile is a plain case of wretched pencils. I cannot see what I shall a bit. My one idea is to place cloth where there is cloth, and to paper where I have hotter water, to place paper where I have hotter water. I don't determine selfishness. I point it so that always I can, always I do. I do always mean to get about. Shall I be splendid? Baby mine, I am learning letters, I am learning that to be sent, baby mine, I arranged it fairly early. Complete cause for handles. Complete cause for not tightening that. I won't say it again. This is the place to water horses. I like to be excellently seized. I made a mistake. I like to be excellently seizing. North I went around and went in that minute. I like to be excellently searching. I like to be excellently chiming. It isn't very good. Deep-set, trustworthy eyes, dark like his hair, lips close-fitting and without flew. Blue should have dark eyes. Light brown flesh color, amber shades, black nose, ears, legs, good-sized feet rather. Color dark blue, blue and tan, tan and liver, sandy, sandy and tan. Height about 15 to 16 inches. He wondered if she had ever thought of him as she sat in the chair or walked on the floor. Islands. I came to say that I like some things better. Actual likenesses. Of course I need large plates. Standing alone. She doesn't like it. She likes to walk on the floor. She might as well be pretty. I don't blame Carrie. No. What do I see when I like to be tall? I see when there is a platter. I was not mistaken with violets. It was no pleasure. Can you believe me? Can you not be thoughtful? Can you be aghast? I mention most things regularly. I do not wish whispers. This makes mining such a loud noise. I do not forget a war. It isn't easy to please everybody. Teeth are perfect. No, there is no influence. Scattered. 9 times 20. Crowded. Crowded in. Cups white. I am solemn. All taste. Do you excuse me? It was a stir. Please state it, please deny it, please mean to be right. I am intending. Able to mingle pennies. A penny is not a cent. Why do I see sisters? It's rice. Wheat. I couldn't imagine gladder or more perfect shapes. I couldn't imagine others. He was really interested in the fluttering deftness of her twinkling hands. I don't care too. Likely. I meant pearls. Shall I be pleased? Wire cakes. In time or not so far back. Please. When I came to stay. Old places. When a girl speaks. Shall you? Not pleasing. It is a time for that. Formidable. Amiable. Amiable baby. Fan. Fanning. There is no way of stretching. Plan. It is a good picture, it is a good picture, and a black picture. It is a circle. It is a circular. I beg of you not to. Bring in the fruit. She was very comforting. I wonder what he is doing. If he saw, well, he couldn't see him because he is not here. If he saw him, he would not ask him any questions. He would beg him to give him all the pictures, and in any case he would ask him to arrange it. What is a splendid horse? A splendid horse is one that is spread and really makes a lot of noise, really makes an agreeable sound, and a horse. This is not an interchange of rapid places by means of tubs. I know you don't know what the pins are. I know you suspect much more. I know that anything is a great pleasure. I know Esquimaux babies, that is to say, tender. I know what I am hearing. I am hearing accents. Not by any means placarded. Not by any means placarded. So that I met everybody. What is the meaning of photographs? Yes, I mean it. I believe that when there is a collection and tall pieces are missed and guided, I could have said it. Let us take boats. Boats are ships. We will not take ships. Ships are doors. That's the way to be perfect. I sell hats. That's a kindness. Please, powder faces. I have little chickens. That doesn't mean anything. When I said water, I meant Sunday. Dear me, it was Monday. No, Tuesday. I don't care. I shall please neatness. Then I calculated. I did not see arithmetic. I saw feathers. Any two of them are thicker. What was the principal coughing? It went by way of dishes. To be binding is to mean Sunday, Saturday, and 8 o'clock. To be 8 o'clock, oh, how heavenly singing. Leave, 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 oh, my leaving. And say, why, say, I say, go away, I say. I say, yes. Plans. I was able to state that I believed that if targets, not if targets. Shall I be restless? I could not eat buttons. I could not eat bundles. I couldn't. I might be. Why was I seen to be determined? I was surprising. Wasn't I silly? Please miss me. Not spider. I saw a spider there. Where? I saw another. Where? I saw another, and there I saw a pleasing sight. I saw a waiter. A spider. Yes, not by left out. Will you be faithful? Will you be so glad that I left anyway? Will you be delighted Saturday? Do you understand colours? It was my sister. Why? I cannot mention what I have. I have. Guess it. I have a real sight. This is so critical. Alice. Put it in. Put it in. Nestles. I wish I was a flower. Were when? Towers. That is. That is astonishing. Mother. I meant it. When the moon. I don't like it. 1,010,000, 10,010,000, 10 and 10 million. Oh, leave it to me. Brutes. I said whisper. Anyway, pink melon or joy. Is that the same? Pink melon and enjoy. Pink melon by joy. Is that in him? Is that in? Positive. At night. Please be cautious and recalcitrant and determined to be steady. Please be neglectful. Please be ordered out. Please be ordered out. Franz Joseph was Emperor of Austria before gold had been discovered in California. I do not. Their thoughts were of one another. The maid, a very pretty girl, somewhat showily dressed in a costume composed of the royal colours, fixed curious eyes down a long passage and a short one. Presently the girl in blue returned. Blue and white. Returned. Food and wine. How could it be? How could it be? Blue and white, not an especial pinching. I wish I was, maybe I am. This isn't good. Short, erect ears and bold, intelligent faces. He seemed to like it. Who are you? Safety and comfort. A flower should never lack an admirer in its namesake. Unfortunately, our weeks in London were full up, so that I did not get a felt hat. Unfortunately before. Oh dear, what did I do with them? Here is a key for the house painters. Glove stretchers. Not any more begging. Please have it ready. She did not move. She was not going to move. It guards the life, the health, and the well-being of each user. Parents encourage its use. You can be the subject of wild admiration in 10 days, if you care to. The skin has the tint of purity. Very pleasant to use. A freshly blown rose. I can't be feeling badly. I prefer water. I don't like it. I fill a free uniform black instantly. Those features are peculiar to a construction. Please be dark. Straws. Please be straws. I wish, yes. Plates. And plates. When do you gather together? By ways of extra pages, which mean coloured places. I read about the war. I said that I didn't know Geoffrey Young. I said I believed in boys. I said I was enthusiastic. I said little more. To be able to spread water. To be able to spread water. There is a difference between kitchen coal and bedrooms. What pleases you? What Eugene said. Eugene said that she would have a different expression from her sister. He did not say anything about her hair. She mentioned a wedding. Oh, it was sinful. Eugene said that there were straits. He did not stop for plates. She said she could cook. He was violent. He never was moved by birthdays. He liked Saturday. He was clean. He was not annoyed. Consider a pleasant time. All the time that there is commotion, there is powerful autocracy. Nicely said. I do mean to win. Pages and pages. I don't care about lists. I don't care about lists. Pointed, or why do you? When I used that expression, I was nervous. Don't take it too seriously. James is nervous. Plans. 6 fires, 2 lights, 4 lights, 8 lights, 80 days. I wish I was restless. Out of 4. 6. 60. Little cats, not all gone. Little dove, little love, I am loving you with much more love. Parlour. I saw an extraordinary mixture. By nearly leaving out gloves and washing them. By nearly leaving out gloves and washing them and towels. By nearly leaving out towels, and all of it by way of reminding everyone of every time. By leaving out invitations, by passing some day, let us say Tuesday, by passing Tuesday together and eating, by leaving out all the powder, by leaving out all the powder, Nelly made a mistake. Was it a weak Monday? Not with the carelessness. It was carelessness. I meant to do it. Pink Melon Joy. 3. Thanks so much. Do not repeat the miracle. Thanks so much. War. I wish I was in the time when all the blame was feelingly added to mercies. I wish I could ask what's the matter now. By believing in forms, by believing in sheds, by more stationing, by really swimming as usual. No shell or fish. Pray. I can hear extra rabbits. I can hear them, and I mean beats. What is it? It is not any use. It's no use. I do believe it. I shall select. I relieve officers. I sell potatoes. That is what clergymen sing. Singing. What is singing quietly? We are singing quietly. I wish chimneys were old. They sound alike. They bother me. All the day. I was disappointed. Going up? Good night, Mildred. Good night, dear. They bother one so. The cause of receding more, the cause of receding is in me, by me, for the rest. All of it organ. Take out a name. He did it. Anything. Anything to drink. Anything to think. Anything. Very resistant. I meant to spell teeth. This is the way to pay. Why should old people be vivacious? Thumbs do it. They poison everything. They manage 6. I wish anger. I wish religion. I wish bursts. I do wish fancies. Fancy balls. Blue dresses. Other color cushions. Points. Disappoints. Why should eating be agreeing? Why should darkness turn colors? Why should peddling be honorable? Why should another be mother? Mother to all, mother to some. I say it. He laughed. He laughed, believe me. I do believe you. He did not bother to sob. I do not relegate that to the reverberation. Please me. It is not polite. Cleaning silver. Coloured sack. If I meant whether, and I do mean to be obeyed, if I meant whether I was better, I would not say bitter. I would speak to everyone. Public character. Stems. Stems are caught by better seats. They need watches. I don't mean to be so finished. Let us consider the French nation. Let us watch its growth, its order, its humanity, its care, its elaboration, its thought, its celebrated singing, and nearly best with it. Let us consider why we are in authority. Let us consider distribution. Let us consider forget-me-nots. Pensive. by land, by land, by land, by land. I mentioned gaiety. I mentioned gaiety. No, not willing, by pleasure. Leading songs. The moon is as round as a button. All buttons aren't round, said Alfie. Plated onions. I wish matches. I wish all right. I wish coal. I do wish. I wish I may. I wish not a bird. I wish when I make it. I wish again. I wish more than that. Carving. I didn't complain, Susie. If I really believed it, I wouldn't be able to know. But why the sitting was not the bedroom he could never understand. I am just gradually beginning to get to look around. We were using the end that is by the fire, and now that we have good coal, I am beginning to separate expenses. I do see shellfish. It is a mistake to recollect all of it very nearly. I had better undertake to measure out a real wood and to borrow little pieces. It was chosen by me. I spoke to a man. He said he would come at once. I said, no, wait until you finish dinner. He mentioned that the soup was so hot he would prefer that it should cool. I said I would not allow it, that I would be uncomfortable, and that there was no hurry. I left no one. I never see fire, Mr. Matisse, Mr. Julian, Mr. Meininger, Mrs. Walter, and Miss Howard, without thinking of it. By nearly wishing for a country, by nearly wishing for a country, by this you will spoil her. Do you? Do you ask for Greek? Do you deny Spain? Do you not praise England? Do you prize England? I said that I believed in the country and that I was silent in the city. I said I was silent about the city. I said I believed in the country. He asked me why I reigned. I said I did not deny reign. I said he could promise his mother. When the whole arrangement was mentioned, leaving out pieces of plaster, when the whole thing was mentioned, and he did not recommend oil, he did not say that he had not made an attempt. He said it was useless at this time to ask a minister to serve an individual. He said they were too busy. He said he would not speak to one another. He said, I will ask. I am trying a new one. Believe 2 names. I am really surprised. In my surprise I shall stammer. I do not stammer ordinarily. Widening putty is not lonesome. It makes a door. I was wondering if the door was wide enough, and if not, whether the double door would be broken. It certainly would be, and now if it were, there would be no reparation. Not by reason of not inclining to mend it, but because of the time that is only shown by the absence of women. It is astonishing. Really, it is astonishing, and it's true. We have found it out. The day that we asked, we heard it. We were surprised. If I wanted the door, there is yet to be found the man who makes plaster. Plaster, cement. We say cement. I am disappointed in women. No, I cannot say that. There are 10 days. I will be so pleased. I am so pleased. Do you credit me with hearing? I am so pleased. It's been a success. It's been a perfect success. Harnessing on or another. Harnessing another. Harnessing on or another. Harnessing on or another is a great success. I offer. I offer. I offer. I do need it. Please be careful. Harnessing another is a great success. I was surprised when I looked at the picture to see that I could recognize everybody. I had been perfectly right in saying that they were stupid. It is chance, an accident, a resemblance, an offspring, an intuition, a result, a repetition, repeat. I knew I wanted 400. I forgot to ask if he had seen an electrician. If he had, was he at Versailles? A silver designer, that is a name, Emile. I wanted to laugh. The voice was loud. I did not understand English. I am beautifully rich. Once, when I was fastening a drawing, I fastened it with decision. I did not like it there. We have decided not to have an umbrella stand. I don't think, either, that we will put everything away. I think what we will decide is this: to meet the train, to insist on paying, to give 4 eggs, bread, butter, water, meat, and pears. Then we will go away, and after that I don't think there is any need to notice noise. It is so silvery. I mentioned a fork. We were astonished by all languages. I meant to be told. This is the light. I cannot see plainly. I make a difference. When are brothers? By times. Do old age missions sing? They do choose choirs. Why are mistakes late? Because they pleased us, and we shall be late. Render yourselves further. This means servants. Render yourselves together. Render together. I saw a team running. I saw plenty of lamps. It was lighter than London. Do you think so? To be dangerous, mother. We were so tired from sheer pity. I wish we had loaned another. Please be a buyer. I shall spoil. Not he. Not he or hurry. Not he, not she, for her not very good. The Rebellion of Esther. In a rebellion of Esther, or with a study of a sheepdog. What is a police dog? There may come a pause. His task accomplished, he may feed. It was seldom that increase or decrease in accordance with the one who welcomes first of all the incoming ill-natured purpose showed lightly conscienced boys bribed for the purpose. These exclaim. Do not for a moment fall into the error of considering them as to what becomes of them after they are 50 years of age. Had they been, they would have succumbed to earlier opportunities. The sun set upon a curious scene. I went faster. The infant's face being uncovered, the helpless little thing opened its eyes. Although this separation was unavoidable, it is I who am never permitted, who have never permitted anyone to ask me to interfere. Pears. Leave me by way of pointing. Believe me, see me by way of dealing out plans. Believe me, be careless. Lead it by permission. Is Henner going to Paris? By me I see sounds of dirt. I can hear something. I listen best. I am willing. With no plan. Have you said yes? I think it would be best to ask a baker. He sent her. He meant to hear me. He was loud. He had an unexpected spelling. Hear me, I do. Plainly. If I carry you, if you carry, what will you carry? Carry. Carry. If you carry me. Seating. Little manners. When I asked everybody to sit down, they were annoyed. Please be at wax matches. Please beat. Please beat. I cannot express emotion. Any house is a home. 2 hands. I heard today that it was appalling. I believe what is said and why it is said. I believe that lights are normal. I believe that separate stones coming together count as 40. I believe in 2 horses. I believe that. When I heard the description of mud and shouting when I saw him, and it was a surprise, then I said I would stand. It was pleasant. It was not gentle. It was black and hopeful. It was principally very shapely. Anything can astonish a citizen. I was cautious. I believe in the best. Not a mile. When I say that introductions mean that, when I feel that I have met them, when I am out aloud and by spacing, I separate letters when I do this, and I am melancholy. I remember that rivers, only rivers, have suppressed sounds. All the rest overflow. Piles are driven. Ice is free. Changes are by little spools, and toys are iron. Toys are iron, whether or not they are Italian. This is so far. Please be at rest. I shall. I shall not speak for anybody. I shall do my duty. I shall establish that mile. I shall choose wonder. Be blessed. When she said 6 and meant 7, I made her leave it more than she chose to revise. I made her please me. Do be careful. I cannot help it. I cannot expect places. I can see that there is some obligation in deciding on straps and in lessening tails. I can see what I come to mention. But do not deceive anybody. Do not be churlish. Do place exercises in a book. To be excellently winning, to be exclaiming, and really I don't see any use in leaving yet, when really there is no moon. I do believe in some. I shall suggest it. Very likely there is cause. I don't say I neglect to mention it. I forgot to place any of it higher. I meant to relive eyes. I saw wealthy boys. I shall judge then. Do not go away. This is this call. I edged it. I mean to say goodness. Don't be a worry. Don't resemble mother. I saw the oldest boy sneeze. It is a calamitous poison. Not when it is old. Not by nearly so much as yesterday. I do believe I hear whether I do see knives. Indeed, I do. What was she going to do Monday morning? There are plenty of rubber wheels of a kind. The mischief lies in getting the wrong ones. They are remarkable in many shapes, and when you ask for hurrying, see that you get it. I think this will be enough. Closets are cleaner. We came to be rosy. Prayers. I mentioned it satisfactorily. Do not be careful. Do not be careful. She said she would not have displeased her by herself. I will mention it to another. Be quick. Quickly. I don't know why emigration has been stopped. Maps. I am thinking. I will not say that. This is the way I feel about it. He said that. He did not say he was reluctant. He went to the place in front of the same thing. Anyone is not tired. To believe me, it is necessary to have a resumption. To resume is war. I say it in the morning. I don't say it in the morning. This is not mischief. I do not believe in fancies in respect to bread. This was mentioned with coal, but not with the same authority. He goes, and he does not believe in drafts. He's invited. It seems a splendid day. I said he knew this thing. I said everybody knows something. I was winding stockings. This is the day to pray. Please be restless. I cannot count. I looked for the address. There was plenty of time in softening. He said he was surprised, and he said laughing is coughing. There is one such in my company. I am impatient. I believe in crops. I do not care about the same thing in another way. Would you have another? What? Kiss. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Geisel. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 47. If you had 3 husbands. If you had 3 husbands. If you had 3 husbands. If you had 3 husbands, well, not exactly that. If you had 3 husbands, would you be willing to take everything and be satisfied to live in Belmont in a large house with a view, and plenty of flowers, and neighbors who were cousins, and some friends who did not say anything. This is what happened. She expressed everything. She is worthy of signing a will, and mentioning what she wished. She was brought up by her mother. She had meaning, and she was careful in reading. She read marvelously. She was pleased. She was aged 39. She was flavored by reason of much memory and recollection. This is everything. Forward. I cannot believe it. I cannot realize it. I cannot see it. It is what happened. First there was a wonder. Really wonder. Wonder by means of what? Wonder by means of measures. Measuring what? Heights? How high? A little. This was not all. There were if you like, there were wonderful spots, such as were seen by a queen. This came to be a system. Really, it was just by a treasure. What was a treasure, apart from that? Surely, rather. In their beginning, what was a delight? Not signing papers or anything, or indeed in having a mother and 2 sisters. Not nearly enough were mentioned by telegraphing. It was a choice. I ramble when I mention it. Did she leave me any money? I remember something. I am not clear about what it was. When did I settle that? I settled it yesterday. Early life. They were not miserably young. They were older than another. She was gliding. It was by nearly weekly learning that it comes to be exact. It never was in dispute. They were gaily, not gaily gorgeous. They were not gorgeous at all. They were obliging. If you think so. If you think so, glow. If you believe in light boys, they were never another. It came to be seen that any beam of 3 rooms was not showy. They were proud to sit at mother. Slowly walking makes walking quicker. They have toys, and not that in deceiving. They do not deceive them. No one is willing. No one could be cool and mother and divided and necessary and climatical and of origin and beneath that mean and be a son. It was strange in her cheek, not strange to them or that. A young one, not by mountains, not by oysters, not by hearing, not by round ways, not by circumference again, not by leaving luncheon, not by birth. It doesn't make any difference when 10 are born. 10 is never a number. Neither is 6. Neither is 4. I will not mention it again. Early days of shading. Make a mouse in green. Make a single piece of sun and make a violet bloom. Early pieces of swimming makes a sun on time and makes it shine and warm today, and sun and not to stay, and not to stay or away. Not to stay satin. Out from the whole wide world he chose her. Out from the whole wide world, and that is what is said. Family. What is famine? It is plenty of another. What is famine? It is eating. What is famine? It is carving. Why is carving a wonderful thing? Because supper is over. This can happen again. Sums are seen. Please be polite for mother. Lives of them. Call it shallot, clothe it. Boil it. Why not color it black and never red or green? This is stubborn. I don't say so. No opposition. If you had a little likeness and hoped for more terror, if you had a refusal and were slender, If you had cuff buttons and jackets and really astonishing kinds of fever, would you stop talking? Would you not consider it necessary to talk over affairs? It was a chance that made them never miss tea. They did not miss it because it was there. They did not mean to be particular. They invited their friends. They were not aching. It was noiseless, and beside that they were clever. Who was clever? The way they had of seeing Mother. Mother was prepared. They were caressing. They had sound sense. They were questioned. They had likeness. Likeness to what? Likeness to loving. Who had likeness to loving? They had likeness to loving. Why did they have a likeness to loving? They had a likeness to loving because it was easily seen that they were immeasurable. They were fixed by that. They were fixed, not licensed. They were seen, not treasured. They were announced, not restless. They were reasoning, not progressing. I do not wish to imply that there is any remedy for any defect. I cannot state that anyone was disappointed. I cannot state that anyone was ever disappointed by willingly heaping much confusion in particular places. No confusion is reasonable. Anyone can be nervous. They were nervous again. This is wishing. Why is wishing related to a ridiculous pretense of changing opposition to analysis? The answer to this is that nearly anyone can faint. I don't mean to say that they don't like tennis. Please be capable of sounds and shoulders. Please be capable of careful words. Please be capable of meaning to measure further. They measured there. They were heroes. Nobody believed papers. Everybody believed colors. I cannot exercise obligation. I cannot believe cheating. I cannot sober Mother. I cannot shut my voice. I cannot cherish vice. I cannot deceive all. I cannot be odious. I cannot see between what and most. I cannot answer either. Do be left over suddenly. This is not advice. No one knows so well what widening means. It means that yards are yards, and so many of them are perfect. By that I mean I know. This is not so. I am not telling the story. I am repeating what I have been reading. What affects tenderness? Not to remember the name. Say it. The time comes when it is natural to realize that solid advantages connect themselves with pages of extreme expression. This is never nervously pale. It is finely and authentically swollen by the time there is any rapid shouting. I do not like the word shouting. I do not mean that it gives me any pleasure. On the contrary, I see that individual annoyances are increased by it, but nevertheless I am earnestly persuasive concerning it. Why soothe? Why soothe each other? This is not at all what is being said. It happened very simply that they were married. They were naturally married, and really the place to see it was in the reflection everyone had of not frightening, not the least bit frightening enthusiasm. They were so exact, and by nearly every one it was encouraged, soothed, and lamented. I do not say that they were interested. Any years are early years, and all years are occasions for recalling that she promised me something. This is the way to write an address. When they were engaged, she said, "We are happy." When they were married, she said, "We are happy." They talked about everything. They talked about individual feeling. This is not what was said. They did not talk about disinterested obligation. They did not talk about pleasantness and circumstances. I do not mean to say that there was conversation. I do not organize a revision. I declare that there was no need of criticism, that there was no criticism, that there was breathing. By that I mean that lights have lanterns and are not huddled together when there is a low ceiling. By that I mean that it was separate. The ceiling was separated from the floor, everywhere. I could say that devotion was more merited than walking together. What do you mean? I mean that we all saw it. When not by a beginning is there meadows and music. You can't call it that exactly. When not by a beginning, there is no beginning. I used to say there was a beginning. There is no beginning. When there is no beginning in a volume and there are parts, who can think? This pencil was bought in Austria. Length of time, or times. He agreed. He said I would have known by this time. I don't like to think about it. It would have led to so much. Not that I am disappointed. I cannot be disappointed when I have so much to make me happy. I know all that I am to happiness. It is to be happy, and I am happy. I am so completely happy that I mention it. In writing now, I find it more of a strain because now I write by sentences. I don't mean that I feel it above, I feel it here, and by this time I mention it too. I do not feel the significance of this list. Can you read a book? By the time artificial flowers were made out of feathers, no pride was left. Anyone is proud if the name of their house is the name of a city. I remember very well the time I was asked to come up, and I said I did not want to. I said I did not want to, but I was willing, not quite to understand why, after all, there need be poison. Do not say more than a word. No, this is wrong. Cousins and cousins, height is a brother. Are they careful to stay? If you had 3 husbands, I don't mean that it is a guess or a wish. I believe finally in what I saw, in what I see. I believe finally in what I see, in where I satisfy my extreme shadow. Believing in an extreme dream. This is so that she told her mother. I do not believe it can be mentioned. I do not believe it can be mentioned. Astonishing, leaves are found in their dread of that color. Astonishing leaves can be found in their dread, not in their dread of that color. Astonishing leaves can be found in their dread of that color. When it came to say, I mean a whole day, nobody meant a whole day. When it came not to say a whole day, nobody meant a whole day. There never was a single day, or a single murmur, or a single word, or a single circumstance, or sweating. What is sweating? Not distilling. Distilling necessitates knowing. Knowing necessitates reasons, and reasons do not necessitate flowers. States are flowers. Brother to birthdays. 24 days. Not a beginning. By politeness. It is not really polite to be unworthy. Unworthy of what? Unworthy of the house and of the property adjoining. Let me describe the red room. A red room isn't cold or warm. A red room is not meant to be icy. A red room is worthy of articles. He pleased, she pleased everybody. He pleased her. He pleased her to go. She was attracted by the time. I do not remember that there were any clocks. I do not wish to begin counting. All this was after it was necessary for us to be there all the time. Who were we? We were often enlivening. By way of what? By way of steps or the door. By way of steps. By way of steps or the door. I remember very well the day he asked me if I were patient. Of course I was, or of course I was patient enough. Of course I was patient enough. When it was easy to matter, we were all frames not golden or printed, just finely or formerly flattered. It was so easy to be Belle. Belle was her name. Belle or Bella. I don't mean relations or overwhelming. I don't even mean that we were fond of healthy trees. Trees aren't healthy by yesterday, or by roots, or by swelling. Trees are a sign of pleasure. It means that there is a country, give to me sweet land of liberty. One can easily get tired of rolls and rows. Rows have one seat. Rolls are polite. In a way, there is no difference between them. Rolls and rows have finished purses. Rows and rolls have finished purses. It isn't easy to be restless. If sitting is not developed, if standing is not open, if active action is represented by lying, and if piles of tears are beside more delight, it is a rope. By that we swim. Capture sealing wax not in or color. Ceilings. I like that dwelling. All the same sound or bore. Do it. Try that. Try. Why? Widen. Public speaking is sinister if cousins are brothers. We were a little pile. By that. There is no such sense. Pleasant days. So to speak. Sand today. Sunday. Sight in there. Saturday. Pray. What forsooth? Do be quiet. Laugh. I know it. Shall we? Let us go 10. One must be willing. If one loves one another, by that means they do not perish. They frequent the same day, and nearly that it was 6 months apart. 3 and 3 make 2. 2, 20. I was not disappointed. Do as you please. Write the name. Change it. Declare that you are strong. Be annoyed. All this is not foolish. She was doubtless not old. Pleasant days, brother. I don't mean this thing. I don't mean calling aloud. I never did so. I was not plaintive. I was not even reached by coughing. I was splendid and sorrowful. I could catch my breath. I don't feel that necessity. They came home. Why did they come home? They come home beside. All of it was strange. Their daughter was strange. Their excitement was strange and painfully sheltered. Quiet leaning is so puzzling. Certainly glasses makes cats a nuisance. We really have endured too much. Everybody says the same thing. I do not see much necessity for believing that it would have occurred as it did occur if sun and September and the hope had not been mentioned. It was all foolish. Why not be determined? Why not oppose? Why not settle flowers? Settle on flowers. Speak cryingly and be loath to detain her. I don't see how anyone can speak. I am not satisfied. Present homes. There then. Present 10. Mother and sister apples. No, not apples. They can't be apples. Everything can't be apples. Sounds can't be apples. Do be quiet and refrain from acceptances. It was a great disappointment to me. I can see that there is a balcony. There never was a sea or land. There never was a harbor or a snowstorm. There never was excitement. Some said she couldn't love. I don't believe that anybody said that. I don't mean that anybody said that. We were all present. We could be devoted. It does make a different thing. And hair. Hair should not be deceiving. Cause tears. Why tears? Why not abscesses? I will not mention an ugly skirt. It pleases me to say that I was pretty. Oh, we are so pleased. I don't say this at all. Consequences are not frightful. Pleasure in a home. After lunch, why after lunch? No birds are eaten. Of course carving is special. I don't say that for candor. Please be prepared to stay. I don't care for wishes. This is not a success. By this stream, streaming out, I am relieved from drought. This is not the way to spell water. I cannot believe in much. I have courage, endurance, and restraint after that. For that end. This is the title of a conclusion which was not anticipated. When I was last there, I smiled behind a car. What car showed it? By that time, believe her out. Out where? By that. She pleased me for. I saw. Do it. For that over that. We passed away. By that time servants were memorable. They came to praise. Please do not. A blemish. They have spans. I cannot consider that the right word. By the time we are selfish, by that time we are selfish. By that time we are selfish. It is a wonderful sight. It is a wonderful sight to see. Days. What are days? They have hams. Delicate. Delicate hams. Pounds. Pounds where? Pounds of. Where? Not butter dogs. I establish souls. Any spelling will do. Beside that. Any spelling will do beside that. If you look at it that way, I am going on. And again, I am going on again in then. What I feel, what I do feel. They said mirrors. Undoubtedly, they have that phrase. I can see a hat. I remember very well knowing largely. Any shade, by that I do mean iron glass. Iron glass is so torn. By what? By the glare? Be that beside. Size shall be sensible. That size shall be sensible. Fixing. Fixing enough. Fixing up. By fixing down. That is softness. By fixing down there. Their end. Politeness. Not by linen. I don't wish to be recalled. One day I do not wish to use the word. One day they asked to buy that. I don't mean anything by threads. It was wholly unnecessary to do so. It was done and then a gun. By what stand? Wishes. I do not see what I have to do with that. Anyone can help weeping. By wise. I am so indifferent. Not a bite. Call me handsome. It was a nice fate. Anyone could see. Anyone could see. Anyone could see. By that etching. Do be black. I do not mean to say etching. Why should I be very sensitive? Why should I matter? Why need I be seen? Why not have politeness? Why not have politeness? In my hair. I don't think it sounds at all like that. Their end. To end. To be for that end. to be that end. I don't see what difference it makes. It does matter. Why have they pots, ornaments, and china? It isn't at all. I have made every mistake. Powder it. Not put into boxes. Not put into boxes. Powder it. I know that well. She mentioned it as she was sleeping. She liked bought cake best. No, she didn't for that purpose. I have utter confusion. No two can be alike. They are, and they are not stubborn. Please me. I was mistaken, anyway. By that. Do not refuse to be wild. Do not refuse to be all. We have decided not to withstand it. We would not rather have the home. This is to teach lessons of exchange, endurance, and resemblance, and by that time it was turned. Shout. By. Out. I am going to continue humming. This does not mean express wishes. I am not so fanciful. I am beside that calculated to believe in whole pages. Oh, do not annoy me. Days. I don't like to be fitted. She didn't say that. If it hadn't been as natural as all the rest, you would have been as silly as all the rest. It's not at all when it is right. I wish for a cake. She said she did. She said she didn't. Gloom. There was no gloom. Every room. There was no room. There was no room. By that chance. She didn't leave me any money. Head. Ahead. I don't want to be visible or invisible. I don't want a dog named Dick. It has nothing to do with it. I am obliged to end. Intend. My uncle will. End of section 47. Recording by Lynette Geisel.
Section 48 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 48. Work again. Fasten it fat, we say, Aunt Pauline. Not snow, now, nor that in between. Now we are bold. All the weights are measures. Splendid. Are they plateful? Girls are. Women. Treasures in song. I see a mountain wheeler. I see a capstan. I see a straight. I see a rattle. All things are breathing. Can you see me? Hurrah for America! A day's sun. In this, miss? Yes, indeed, our mat. We can thank you. We thank you. Come together. Come to me there now. All of it is bitter, in the meaning of bright. Bright, not light. Listen to me. Then say the essence. Not a nightingale. Wild animals are not fierce, neither are sponges. Can you see her dressed, or him? In this way we cough. What can a mayor do? In this new school they are ladies. And now you mention gifts, and lists. Can you believe? Then, all the leaves, all the hotels, all the boils, cook. We are so happy, in the land. You mean a lady. Can we have imagination? They ask, have we a stocking? Did he die to drink? We have to. It is not a joke. A vicar is not a joke. Did he die there because he was mortal, and we leave Rive Sault? Be nice to me. In the kiss. Lapse, indeed. Can you say lapse? Then think about it. I think kindly of that bother. It is not a bother to be a soldier. Indeed it is, yet. We are so pleased. With the flag. with the flag of sets of colour. Do you like flags? Blue flags smell sweetly. Blue flags in a whirl. The wind blows, and the automobile goes. Can you guess boards? Wood. Can you guess hoops? Barrels. Can you guess girls? Servants. Can you guess messages? Indeed. Then there are meats to buy. We like asparagus so. This is an interview. Soldiers like a fuss. Give them their way. Yes, indeed we will. We are not mighty, nor merry. We are happy. Very. In the morning. We believe in the morning. Do we? Please be an interview. Please be an interview with dogs. Please comfort me. Please plan a game. Please then and places. In the meantime we are useful. That is what I mean to say. In the meantime can you have beds? Kindly call a brother. What is a cure? I speak French. What are means? I can call it in time. By the way, where are fish? In that case, are there any wonders? Many wonders are women. And men too. We smile. In the way sentences. He does not feel as we do. But he did have the coat. He blushed a little. Cook. In the 10th century chateau. Who they are we do not know. But we know they tell us, so they tell us that in their way. Why do we believe in Cook? We do not hear from him. In a casino. Waiting tomorrow, yes, yet. And then we think. We think often of pens. Near silk. In times of peace. In times of peace prepare meals. This is what was said to us, but we do not believe. We wait. We come. In that way we feel. And is it useless? It is not useless. Saturday. Statutory. In that case what? Are you satisfied? Certainly, with me. Then we have the use of it. Indeed, yes. We are agreed. In the case of mothers. Aunt Pauline. How did you pronounce it? It was in doubt. In this way we mention this. This is the story of it. He was her uncle and nervous. In their way they had a black police dog. In his way he had neither relief nor expeditions. In this thing he was not patient. If they gave him the money to clean the gutters, need they shut the tobacco shops? You don't understand that. If they gave him money for the cleaning of city pipes, need he have orders to close butchers? We can understand the universal. This is universal. What is the difference between one order and a reading? A great many read in a park. Words question it, bakeries threaten it, but really hotels receive it. Do we hear about books? Do we? And catalogues? And catalogues, farmers for speech. A great many vines are said to be sold in France, and in wealthy homes too. We do not understand the weather. That astonishes me. Can you think of me? Confess it, weather burns, and in that case there is plenty of sausage. Can you think of me at? In all cases keep afraid. And then what happens? Nothing. Are you sure nothing? Of course not. You are not just saying it? You know you have your wish. Thank you in smiles. Then we see. Very well. You did not mean to say so. No, but I know I am right. You always are. This is a paragraph. Then it will be well. Yes, and a fit. You mean fitly. Yes, slowly. And then no worry, not at all. Thank you for saying that. Many cases are fine. In that way we wish, we think, we recover. In that way we swim, camellias finish when roses begin. Let me tell you about this. We were disappointed in cards, and yet we need not be. We will have them. In the beginning, pinks. You mean flowers. Yes, smell. And pansies too. Sacred Heart pansies. These are the best. Can we wonder about cookies? Not those that have no flour. Sacred Heart doughnuts. Pansies, I said. Camellias. Camellias. I do not care to mention it again. I do it. How do I not? It is astonishing that those who have fought so hard and so well should pick yellow irises and fish in a stream. They have mistaken their doctor. He was an oculist. And then there were, and then they were. Please spell a dish. I do not like called a flower. Repeat cuckoo. She always makes a mistake in French. Castle anew. And then the sister. Can you feel a home? When I see it with them. And then a pansy. I did not ask for it. It smells, a sweet smell, with acacia. Call it locusts, call it me. Barrels. In comparison, what are horses? Compared with that again, what are bells? You mean horns? No, I mean noises. In leaning, can we encounter oil? I meant this to be intelligible. We were taking a trip. We found the roads not noisy, but pleasurable, and the shade there was pleasant. We found that the trees had been planted so as to make rows. This is almost universal. In coming to a village, we ask them, can they come to see us? We mean near enough to talk. And then we ask them, how do we go there? This is not fanciful. In advance we have spoken. Of what can you imagine obedience as a subject? It is laughable when there is no need of any backing. Can you understand that in two ways? We mean to be lean. Lean to me. And then what a girl. No girl and a meal. We like fresh cooking. So does anybody. No, everybody doesn't. The right spirit. There are difficulties, and they must be met in the right spirit. This is an illustration of the difficulties we have in many ways. Then we go on. I have made up my mind not to be excited. In speeding, I speed. In neglecting, I do not offer anything. In reason, I reverse the car, and in this way we are successful. We have no worries. What can you think of a bone? It is useless to think. Digestion. In that way we do not pray. We write a fish. And then I have been careful. It is all imagination. Can you sing rightly? A trunk locked up in Perpignan. In this way we pass the hay. I have reasoned. I am convinced. I do not argue, or play the piano, as the daughters of the banker do. This is now the book in which I write and receive. Can you guess Béziers? Was I right? You are. Indeed, there are barrels. End of section 48.
Section 49 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN, Section 49. Tourty, or Tourtebattre, a story of the Great War. Tourtebattre came to visit us in the court. He said he heard Americans were in town, and he came to see us. And we said, "What is your name? And what Americans have you known?" And we said we would go to see him, and we did not give him anything. Then, when we went out to see the hospital, we did not take him anything. We asked to see him. Then, when the new things came, we did take a package to him, and we did not see him, but he came and called on us to thank us, and we were out. Reflections. If I must reflect, I reflect upon Anne Veronica. This is not what is intended. Mrs. Tourtebattre, of this we know nothing. Can we reflect one for another? Profit and loss is 325, never 275. Yes, that is the very easy force, decidedly not. Then Tourtebattre used to come all the time, and then he used to tell us how old he was when he was asked, and he took sugar in his coffee as it was given him. He was not too old to be a father. He was 37, and he had 3 children, and he told us that he liked to turn a phrase. China. Whenever he went to the colonies, his sister was hurt in an automobile accident. This did not mean that she suffered. Someone thought she was killed. Will you please put that in? His father's watch. His wife gave all his most precious belongings to a man who did not belong to the town he said he belonged to. We did not know the truth of this. Reflections. We should not color our hero with his wife's misdeeds, because you see, he may be a religion instead of a talker. Little bones have to come out of his hand for action. This was after his wound, a good deal. He was wounded in the attack in April, right near where he was always going to visit his wife, and he saw the church tower, and then he was immediately evacuated to an American hospital where everyone was very American and very kind, and Miss Bell tried to talk French to him and amuse him, but overcome with her difficulties with the French language, she retired, which made him say she was very nice, and these stories that he told to us you told to Sister Cecile, which did not please her, and she said we must come and hear from everyone else the stories they all told of the kindness they had received in the American hospital before they came to her, and she said to them, what did the major do? And they said he played ball. He did. And you too, and all of them said, no, sister, but you were wounded in an attack. They were both wounded, said the soldier. Reflections. Reflections on Sister Cecile lead us to believe that she did not reflect about Friday, but about the book in which she often wrote. We were curious. She wrote this note. This is it. Name, life, wife, deed, wound, weather, food, devotion, and expression. What did he ask for? Why, I don't know. Why don't you know? I don't call that making literature at all. What has he asked for? I call literature telling a story as it happens. Facts of life make literature. I can always feel rightly about that. We obtained beads for him and our own pictures in it, dear pictures of us. We can tell anything over. We gave him colored beads, and he made them with paper that he bought himself of 2 different colors into frames that we sent with our pictures to our cousins and our papas in America. Can we say it? We cannot. Now, then he told us about his wife and his child. He does not say anything about them now. Some immediate provision was necessary. We said in English, these are the facts which we are bringing to your memory. What is capital? He told us of bead buttons and black and white. He answered her back very brightly. He is a man. Reflections. What were the reflections? We have undertaken too much. What is the name of his wife? They were lost. We did not look forward. We did not think much. How long would he stay? Our reflections really came later. The first thing we heard from her was that the woman was not staying and had left her new address. How do you do? We did not look her up. Her mother and her mother. Can you think why Marguerite did not wish Jenny Picard to remain longer? Because she stole. Not really. Yes, indeed, little things. This will never do. And then I said we must go see her, and you said we will see. One day, she called with her mother, who was very good looking. She was very good looking. And the little boy. Can you think of the little boy? They both said that they were not polite, but they were. Reflections can come already. We believed her reasons were real reasons. Who is always right? Not she nor her 11 sisters. No one knew who was kind to her. What is kindness? Kindness is being soft or good, and has nothing to do with amiable. Albert is kind and good. And their wives? Can you tell the difference between wives and children? Queen Victoria and Queen Victoria? They made you jump. And I said the mother. You said the mother. I did not remember the mother was in Paris, but you did. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Perard. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 50. Next. Life and Letters of Marcel Duchamp. A family likeness pleases when there is a cessation of resemblances. This is to say, that points of remarkable resemblance are those which make Henry leading. Henry leading actually smothers Emile. Emile is pointed. He does not overdo examples. He even hesitates. But am I sensible? Am I not rather efficient in sympathy or common feeling? I was looking to see if I could make Marcel out of it, but I can't. Not a doctor to me, not a debtor to me, not a D to me, but a C to me, a credit to me. To interlace a story with glass and with rope, with color and roam. How many people roam? Dark people roam. Can dark people come from the north? Are they dark then? Do they begin to be dark when they have come from there? Any question leads away from me. Grave a boy, grave. What I do recollect is this. I collect black and white. From the standpoint of white, all color is color. From the standpoint of black, black is white, white is black, black is black, white is black, white and black is black and white. What I recollect when I am there is that words are not birds. How easily I feel then. Birds do not. So I replace birds with tinfoil. Silver is thin. Life and Letters of Marcel Duchamp. Quickly return the unabridged restraint and mention letters. My dear Fourth. Confess to me in a quick saying, the vote is taken. The lucky strike works well and difficultly. It rounds. It sounds round. I cannot conceal attrition. Let me think. I repeat the fullness of bread. In a way not bread. Delight me. I delight a lamb in birth. End of section 50.
Section 51 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN. Section 51, Land of Nations. Subtitle, and Ask Asia. After these introductions, I wish to say something. I wish to say that I am entirely agreed that the best way to meet together is to deny that you wish to spend money. We don't want to spend the money. They went to spend their money. We all spend our money in this way. I spend my money, and what do I have? I have a car. That is to say, I have spent my money. I do spend my money, but not in this way. I do not spend my money in this way. I spend my money. Did you say you had the money? Indeed, indeed, I believe you there. This is a country, a fine country. This is a fine country. Let us begin with this one, which is this country, entirely and in this order. Then we have the country. Let us imagine the country. A country with a wait, and wait by me, and wait by me, and always, 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 always wait, and always wait, and always wait,
and always, always wait and wait by me. This is the country I have mentioned. It means to be with us. Then there is a very late country, and we wish to embark it altogether. In the midst of money we are whistling. Continuation. Jessie. I am angry, have you been? I am angry with a din. I am angry, so you see, Egypt and for Syrie. I am angry as you hear. I am angry for the beer. I am angry for the waste. I am angry in the taste. I am angry to the touch. You can make me see that much. I am angry and I sigh. England will be going by. Going to buy, not going to buy. I am angry and I sigh. And then in the midst of smoke there was fume. I can never make a poem about Italy. About Italy you address, bless, and say adieu. Adieu, Italy, beautiful Italy, adieu. A great many countries have a name. Let me think of the house and the best. A house, a boat, a victory, and an alert. In the way of rhyming. I can think of so much. Dirt, flirt, and spurt. Do you see any difference? I do. Discourage England, and say you mean well. Here is a poem. Amber, Ambler Curran. Amber is found on the shores of the Baltic. Like wild asparagus, you must have an eye for it. All animals howl. All animals, or a barnyard fowl. All animals are stars. All animals and bars. Please pay a monkey, a deer, or a sweet. Please pay a lion, a pheasant, or a street. Please recognize a mother, a head, or an owl. Please recognize a feather, a heather, or a soul. Please recognize the weather. What do you live for? Climate and the affections. Jews quote that. End of section 51. Recording by Patti Cunningham.
Section 52 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN, Section 52, Accents in Alsace, A Reasonable Tragedy. Act 1. The Chamilles. Brother, brother, go away and stay. Sister, mother, believe me, I say. They will never get me as I run away. He runs away and stays away, and strange to say, he passes the lines and goes all the way, and they do not find him, but hear that he is there in the Foreign Legion in distant Algiers. And what happens to the family? The family manages to get along, and then some one of his comrades, in writing a letter which is gotten hold of by the Boche, find he is a soldier whom they cannot touch. So what do? They decide to imbrue his mother and sister and father too. And how did they escape? By paying somebody money? That is what you did with the Boche. You always paid some money to someone. It might be a colonel or it might be a sergeant, but anyway you did it, and it was necessary. So then what happened? The Chamilles. Sing sola douce, sola dim. Un, deux, trois. Can you tell me why? Is it indeed what you call a petite? And then what do I say to thee? Let me kiss thee willingly. Not a mountain, not a goat, not a door, not a whisper, not a curl, not a gore. In me, meeny, miny, mo, you are my love, and I tell you so. In the daylight and the night, baby winks and holds me tight. In the morning and the day and the evening and alway, I hold my baby as I say, completely. And what is an accent of my wife? And accent and the present life? Oh, sweet, oh, my sweet, oh, my, I love you, and I try not to be nasty and hasty and good. I am my little baby's daily food. Alsace. In the exercise of greatness there is charm. Believe me, I mean to do you harm, and except you have a stomach to alarm, I mean to scatter so you are to arm. Let me go. And the Alsatians say, what, has another prince a birthday? Now we come back to the Schamils. Schamil, Schamil, Gott den Himmel, Gott den Himmel, here comes Schemmel. Schemmel is an Alsatian name. Act 2. It is a little thing to expect nobody to sell what you give them. It is a little thing to be a minister. It is a little thing to manufacture articles. All this is modest. The brother. Brother, brother, here is mother. We are all very well. Scene. Listen to thee, sweet chérie, is the pleasure of me. In the way of being hungry and tired, that is what a depot makes you. A depot is not for trains, it's for us. What are baby carriages? Household goods and not the dears. But dears, another act. Clouds do not fatten with teaching. They do not fatten at all. We wonder if it is influence. By the way, I guess she said, I like it better than England. What do you mean? We never ask how many children over 11. You cannot imagine what I think about the country. Any civilians killed? Act 2. See the swimmer. He don't swim. See the swimmer. My wife is angry when she sees a swimmer. Opening 2. We like Hirsing. 3. We like the mayor of Goubwiller. 4. We like the road between Cernay and the railroad. We go everywhere by automobile. Act 2. This is a particular old winter. Everybody goes back. Back. I can clean. I can clean. I cannot clean without a change in birds. I am so pleased that they cheat. Act 54. In silver stars and red crosses, in paper money and water, we know a French wine. Alsatian wine is dearer. They are not particularly old. Old men are old. There are plenty to hear of Schemmel having appendicitis. Scene 2. Can you mix with another? Can you be a Christian and a Swiss? Mr. Zumsteg, do I hear a saint? Louisa, they call me Lisella. Mrs. Zumsteg, are you going to hear me? Young Mr. Zumsteg, I was looking at the snow. All of them like flowers. They like flowers. Scene 3. It is an occasion. When you see a hussar, a zouave, a soldier, an antiquary, perhaps it is another. We were surprised with the history of Marguerite's father and stepfather and the American Civil War. Joseph. 3, 3, 6, 6, 50, 60, 50, 57. Reading French, reading French, reading French singing. Anyone can look at pictures. They explain pictures. The little children have old birds. They wish they were women. Anyone can hate oppression. Alphonse, what is your name? Henry, what is your name? Madeleine, what is your name? Louise, what is your name? Renee, what is your name? Bertha, what is your name? Charles, what is your name? Marguerite, what is your name? Jenny, what is your name? Act 425. We see a river, and we are glad to say that that is, in a way, in the way today. We see all the windows, and we see a souvenir, and we see the best flower, the flower of the truth. An interlude. 30 days in April gave a chance to sing at a wedding. 3 days in February gave reality to life. 50 days every year do not make a subtraction. The Alsatians sing anyway. 40 days in September, 40 days in September, we know what it is to spring. Act in America. Alsatians living in America. February 14. On this day, the troops who had been at Mulhouse came again. They came in the spring. The spring is late in Alsace. Water was good and hot anyway. What are you doing? Making music and burning the surface of marble. When the surface of marble is burned, it is not much discolored. No, but there is a discussion. And then the Swiss. What is amiss? The Swiss are the origin of Mulhouse, Alsace, or Alsatians. We have been deeply interested in the words of the song. The Alsatians do not sing as well as their storks. Their storks are their statuettes. The rule is that angels and food and eggs are all sold by the dozen. We were astonished. And potatoes. Potatoes are eaten dry. This reminds me of another thing I said. A woman likes to use money, and if not, she feels it really is her birthday. Is it her birthday? God bless her. It is her birthday. Please carry me to Donna Marie. And what does Herbstadt say? The names of cities are the names of all, and pronouncing villages is more of a test than umbrella. This was the first thing we heard in Alsatia. Canary, roses, violets, and curtains, and bags, and churches, and rubber tires, and an examination. All the leaves are green and babyish. How many children make a family? The watch on the Rhine. Sweeter than water or cream or ice, sweeter than bells of roses, sweeter than winter or summer or spring, sweeter than pretty posies, sweeter than anything is my queen, and loving is her nature. Loving and good and delighted and best is her little king and sire, whose devotion is entire, who has but one desire, to express the love which is hers to inspire. In the photograph, the Rhine hardly showed. In what way do chimes remind you of singing? In what way do birds sing? In what way are forests black or white? We saw them blue, with forget-me-nots. In the midst of our happiness, we were very pleased. End of section 52.
Section 53 of Geography and Plays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Stambaugh. Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN, Section 53, The Psychology of Nations, or What Are You Looking At? We make a little dance. Willie Jewett's dance in the 10th century chateau. Soult's Alsace dance in the Boulevard Raspail. Spanish-French dance on the Rue de la Beauté. Russian-Flemish dance on the docks. Bread-eating is a game, understand me. We laugh to please, Japanese, and then to seize, blocks. Can you remember what you said yesterday? And now we come to a picture. A little boy was playing marbles with soldiers. He was rolling the balls and knocking down the soldiers. Then came a presidential election. What did he do? He met boys of every nationality, and they played together. Did they like it? In the middle of the presidential election they had a bonfire. A policeman stopped them. What can a policeman do? They said. What is older than that? Any baby can look at a list. This is the way they won Texas. Let us go to the right. It is wonderful how boys can fill water. Water swells. We swell water. To be lapped and bloated. With urgency and not necessity and not idiocy, all men are intelligent. Please beg a boy. Then they all danced. How can a little Pole be a baby rusher? Part 2. Readings in missions. Who can neglect papers? When boys make a bonfire, they do not burn daily papers. It was pleasing to have some mutton. Suppose a presidential election comes every 4th year. Startling, startles, jump again. Jump for a feather burns. Indians burn, have burned burns. A boy grows dark. He can really read better than another. I cannot decline a celebration. Do you remember the 4th of July? And do you read readily and so tell them what I say? Jump to the word of command. Jump where? In there. Not eating beans or butter. Not eating hare. Not eating a little. When the presidential election is earnest, we are only a year. A year is so far in May. Can you love any September? The little boy was tall. Dear me, I have asked a lady to burn wood. The boy touches the wall. The boy is tall. I am thinking that the way to have an election is this. You meet in the street. You have the election. That is why horses are of no use. We do resist horses when we are not afraid of them. Can one expect to be a victory? 3 long thousands expect to be met. The boy is satisfied to be steady. Study me. We can't have a presidential election. Last part. The boy grows up and has a presidential election. The president is elected. Why do the words presidential election remind you of anything? They remind us that the boy who was in the street is not necessarily a poor boy, nor was he a poor boy then. Epilogue. Veils and lying down in shoes. Shoes when they are new have black on the bottom. We saw today that we will never see again a bride's veil and a nun's veil. Who can expect an election? A boy who is the son of another has a memory of permission. By permission we mean print. By print, solution. Settle on another in your seats. Kisses do not make a king, nor noises a mother. Benedictions come before presidents. Words mean more. I speak now of a man who is not a bother. How can he not bother? He is elected by me. When this you see, remember me. Finney. End of section 53. Recording by David Stambaugh. End of Geography and Plays by Gertrude STEIN.